Unfreaking believable.
Whenever I tell you guys that you guys are doing well, I'm clapping my ass cheeks. Bruh. You didn't have to start with that. God damn. Hello. Hello. Hello everyone. Timed up well. Well done. I'm clapping my ass cheeks right now. Hello. Hello. How you guys? How's everyone? How's everyone? Guys, I've been trying to like fix Ninu Pale Skin Edition on Clip Studio. Wow! Howl! Barracks. I think I'm pretty poggers. I'm pretty poggers. Wait, can I just change it? Not change this. Yeah. Hell yeah. Skills. Whee. Can you do that? I'm Beyblading. Beyblade. I'm playing some Overwatch. Oh my.
I'm a cat, yeah.
Shit. I'm a cat, yeah. Oh my, you're patting me. I also changed my hair color. Look, it's a lot more smoother now. But I'm hecking pale. Do you guys like my eyes? Do you like my eyes? You like the hair color? I did not change this because this is our life. This is... God damn. Yeah. Okay, look, I'm not gonna change that because that's Ninu's normal colors. I'm not gonna change that. Wow, thank you. Look, I'm headless. I like Ninu overall. Hell yeah. Okay, thank you. But this skin that I just added does not match with this. I don't know what skin this is. It's different. Oh my god, okay. Damn. We're whiter today? Honestly, I don't even know what I'm playing. I think maybe I play, turn this a little low. Next. Glass will not be healing. Feel feeling for you. Anyways, my play, hell yeah. Without mother. Hi, Relax. I was gonna play, DS6. I'm a broken, lost soul. I don't wanna sound all sweet and sappy. DS6. Yeah. Yes. You know. I really wanna do. Stop. You know my daddy with you. Guys, you know what I need? Wanna do. Spend all eternity with you. Coolest. Lost soul.
Nine of
Enough
Travin
Trevenant,
Union
enough
United
Owen, enough
Woolworth
Trevenant.
United BRL
Amazon Prime.
BRL.
Lampy88 asked me how adorable is Ninu. Well, Ninu's adorableness is
Very
a bit like
adorable.
a well-hung
There,
cock, you know?
because
It's
same.
just there in
Bruh,
your face,
yeah.
and you can't help but stare and admire the sheer magnitude of it. So yeah, pretty bloody adorable.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Staffy's so cute. Yeah, 600. Guys, I'm kind of broke at the moment. I should stream more often. That's why I'm broke. Because Nino hasn't been streaming much. So, any little helps. Any little helps. Any little helps. I'm small, and this world is so cruel and so big, and I'm just small. Giant woman, all I wanna do, see it. Giant woman. Ah! Ah! To giant woman, all I wanna do get to see a giant woman. Wait. I'm back. I'm just wow. Okay. Why is that going all the way there? Be forever, but if it were me, I really wanna be a giant woman, and all I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. Yay! Alright, let me get Deus Ex up. Deus Ex. Deus. Deus. Adios. Okay. Deus Ex. Deus Ex. Wait, is it French? Deus Ex. Is that how you pronounce it? Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know why that happens. It just happens. Guys, wait. I have... Ah! My eyes! So bright. Where's my... Get all away. Sometimes wanted, but okay. What I wanted to do was hold up. Wine. That means, guys, I'm the wine. Wait. I'm in the wine. I am the wine. I'm in the wine. I am the wine. I am the wine. I am the wine. Wait. Hold up. I'm Jesus. If I'm the wine, where's the baguette? Wait, I gotta find my bread now. Bread? Oh, I do have bread. Okay. Hold up. I am bread and I am the wine. I'm everything you... Okay, wait. Is this attached? Okay. Now this attached, right? Yay! I am... Oh my god, guys. I've clocked it. I've clocked it. I am your... Ah! Okay, I don't know where they are. Where? Is it where it is? Why the hell is it all over there? Why? Why? Why does it do that? Why? Why? Why you do that? This is the stream now. Broken heart of gold. Okay, I'm gonna stop the music. What did I just join into? Ninu stream. You joined into Ninu stream. Hello. 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 Guys, I don't know what's wrong with me. I have a problem. I'm glad to see you're in a good mood. Yeah! Howl! 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 I am the wine and I'm the bread. Is that how it goes? Is that how it goes? Is that how it goes? Oh gosh. Is that how it goes? Is that how it goes in church? Howl! Whiskey. Whiskey. I am... He's standing kind of funny, not gonna lie. It's Nino. Howl! Howl! Oh, yeah, I was doing this, wasn't I? I was getting mad over it. Hold up. I forgot the buttons. E? Yes, okay. Hack. How do I hack it? Croissant! 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 I am the wine and I'm the bread. Hack. Okay, so... I want to get both of these. Okay. Stop! 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 Disconnect. Okay. 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 Oh god. That. Okay. No. No. I have an idea. I have an idea. Is that bagel in wine? It's a baguette. It's a baguette. Okay, so this didn't. Alright, where do I go here? Yeesh! Transfer. And then... no! Okay.
Access denied.
Okay. You know what? There must be... Oh my god.
Try checking your inventory and using one of your many automatic hack devices,
Oh my god,
maybe.
yes, this!
Enough hysteria.
Okay, hold up. Load. Let me load. Is that from the other day? Yeah, right. Because I don't want to wait, you know? I don't want to wait. So making a cheese sandwich.
Malik,
Just
please
cheese.
tell me you got a recording of all that.
Are you
Oh my
fucking
God,
okay.
Jensen, I could kiss you right now. I can't believe you got him to confess so openly like that.
To be honest, it was easier than I was expecting. You were definitely
But-
right about Lee. He's
but-
not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed.
Well, don't get too cocky just yet. Before I send our little friend's confession
But-
off to the local media and authorities, I want to get
But-
some Shanghai street justice
She's
first.
not sitting on the chair.
There's a control
Did you
panel
say
linked to the
that? She's
hive
not
I need
sitting
you to
on the chair.
hack. Uploading the coordinates now.
What? Cheese on cheese? No, cheese on bread. Cheese on bread. Oh, okay. This, right? Let me drag it here. How do I use it? Definitely not that button. I want to use this thing. How do I use it? No. No. This. Hack. See? Okay. See. Paku Bunny. See? See. Paku Bunny, hi, bro. Oh. My bad. Look at the prompt on the screen. I have to actually read. What does it say? Use? Unlock. Oh, hold up. Oh, gee. Oh. Did I do it? Enable. Disable.
Alright,
Oh,
Malik. It's hacked.
Verifying the signal. Come on, come on. Okay, I'm in. Remote
I think
frequencies
they're-
are clear, thank God. Uploading now. And done. Meet me in front of the
Bell
hive,
Pepper
Jensen.
Pyro.
I have a little surprise for our friend Lee.
make it cool. Make it so everybody comes here. I think I want to be blessed by Jesus. I'm stuck. What is my objective? Well, what is my... Wait, I was doing this, right? I'm actually not sure what I should meet outside the hive and find out. Okay. Bye bye. Got a cool title. Oh, what's the title? Oh yeah, I got a piss fest. Wait. You can smoke in a toilet? He saw me going to the girls' bathroom. I went in the girls' bath. Which way? What? No. Wait, where? What? Downstairs. Wait, where's this? How did I manage to go upstairs then? Oh, here we go. There we go. Go say hi. Yes. This is I. Woman.
Jensen,
Malik.
well, first take this. I was gonna use it myself, but after everything you've done, I think you deserve it more.
So what are you gonna do now?
I have a few loose ends to tie up, and I need to make sure this autopsy report finds its way into the right hands. The Hongs aren't gonna buy their way out of this one.
Lee's confession is solid. With that and the evidence from the autopsy, there's no way he can avoid prosecution. Justice will be served.
Oh, justice will be served, all right. You might want to stick around for a second. I've got one last little surprise for our friend Lee.
These nuts.
Are you facing the hive? It's almost showtime.
Wait, what?
In 3, 2,
Malik.
just watch.
I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch. She was going to ruin me. I didn't mean to kill her, okay?
Malik, remind me never to piss you off.
After everything you've done here for Evelyn, for me, you'd have to try pretty hard, mister.
Okay, cool. Okay. Woman happy. Alright. We go to S2 now. Oh my god. This makes me want to play Cyberpunk again. Actually, I do need to play it again. Damn. It was free? Wait, what? Free? What, like for limited time? Yeah, I love Cyberpunk. I really enjoyed it. Do you remember what I did? Oh my god, Lampy! It's busting time. Bruh, I was in the middle of modding a 2000. Wait, whatever fuck? What? And they dropped an update in the middle of that, which broke all the mods. Oh no! How is that title? Hold on, I gotta check it. Is it busting? Sleeping in your bed. It makes me feel good. Da 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 da. Bustin', 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 bustin'. Lol. Inbred cat girl pew pews in cup. Wait, what? Wait, what? Help. Inbred? Dang. Okay. I mean, you got me there. Yeah. Sleeping in your bed. You got me there. Yeah. Bustin'. Lappy, you can't just do that stuffy. Yeah. Bustin'. Feel good. Bum. Lampy, thank you very much. Woman. Wait. Why circles on that and face Amy? And then what? Why? Tap Tai Young Medical. Okay. Why are you promoting this? Trust me, the Jiggle Freezer mods needs their 437 support points. Nah. Oh, I have to go up here. Oh, okay. I can't grab anything? No, just as a hi. Hello. Ooh.
Good job, Lao Wei. I see you found the first relay. Now hack it and turn off its security protocols.
Is it hard? Let me see. 2. It's only 2. Okay. The fuck? Wait, can I stop this? Okay. Oh, no! Yeah, hack. Sheesh! Got it.
Granted.
Yay! Hack.
One down, 2 to go, my friend.
I'm not getting paid enough for this. Am I getting paid? Hello! Hi! Look what I did. Okay, hold up. Excuse my leg. I changed the hair color to this. I changed my skin for this model. But my other one, I have 2 Ninus. The other one is probably gonna be normal Ninu, but I think she's just headless, floating headless Ninu at the moment. But I changed the color, so it's not kind of weird now. But the hair, I couldn't change it to the way I wanted. Okay. Alright. I'm no longer inbred. Ha. And now it looks like we're getting Wendy's nuts. I simple. No, now Wendy's. Wait, I've never tried Wendy's before. I think we have them where I live now. What? Oh! Wait, can I? Yeah, hack. That's easy. That is easy. Oh, okay. How do I just nuke something? Do I nuke this? Nuke it.
Access granted.
Thank you.
Good. Second relay is down. Only
Okay.
one remaining.
I'm guessing somewhere up here. I tried it many years ago. It was nice. Oh! A bread and cheese. Or you could call it cheese bread. Why is there nobody around to beat me up?
Access granted.
Excellent work. I'm starting the triangulation now. Should have a location very soon.
Okay. It's soon now?
And I've got
Yeah.
it. Jaya is hiding in an apartment building called the Hengsha Court Gardens in the Yuzhou district. I'm sending you her coordinates. Get over there and get us the money she owes.
Wait, hold up. I didn't say please, daddy. Daddy to what? Okay. Wait, I can jump. I can jump. Hell yeah. Fine,
Oh,
you're fine.
Daddy.
Oh man. Don't look at the nutrition info. Well, I didn't eat for the last couple of days, so I think it's okay. I'm doing someone. What's my mission? Go make dinner. Dinner.
Who are you? Another one of
I was
Tom's
about to-
thugs? Well,
I
get
thought I was
out.
supposed to like.
I told him
kill her.
I won't pay another credit.
It's nothing personal, lady. I'm just here for the money. Give it over and I go.
Sure, it's nothing personal
No.
to you, but it is my money you're stealing.
Stealing? They got you the augmentation you needed, and they expect you to pay for
Oh,
it. Not
what?
the most charitable thing to do, but I would hardly call it stealing.
Are you really that gullible?
My
Tom
brain.
doesn't run a buy now, pay later operation.
Man.
It's more like a buy now, pay forever. Listen, I just started as a broker. Most other brokers come from rich families. They paid for augments that give them an incredible edge in the business. There's no way I could afford anything like that through legal channels.
So you cut a deal with a crime syndicate.
I didn't study this hard to end up with nothing. Once I made enough money, I offered to pay for the aug. But no, what they want is part of my monthly profits. They say they're entitled to it since it's their upgraded enhancement chip that helped me make that money.
Bruh. How's this my problem?
How did you meet Tom?
The same way most people end up meeting Tom. I was hurt, and one of his hounds smelled blood. They came to me and offered me help. I was intelligent enough to know it was a bad idea, but angry enough not to care.
Couldn't you work without the augment? You wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble if you'd played by the rules.
Play by the rules? Let me tell you a little story about playing by the rules. I come from a poor family. My father, my mother, my 2 sisters, and 3 brothers, none of them ever amounted to much. When I tried to do better,
dokie.
when I made efforts in school,
Don't burn the
they
kitchen.
said I was wasting my time. I got into business school, and again, they said I was wasting my time. That I could never compete with all those rich kids and their tutors and extra classes.
But you did.
I did. I finished top of my class without the extra help and special attention.
You don't know
Only
what
through
staff.
blood, sweat, and tears. And then what did my classmates do? They cheated. They once again bought their way to success. And what did my family say? That I had wasted my time. I was just supposed to accept defeat after all the efforts I've made? No. No way.
Lady, I just need you. I don't need your life story. I need that 500. I need 600 for my rent. Man.
How much are they asking from you?
A couple hundred credits every month. Doesn't look like much, but in the long run, let's just say they've made a very lucrative deal.
I'm bad, but I've got
Especially if you
reasons.
consider I'm not their only client.
Guys, at least my rent was 600. How much is it? I'm actually lucky. I mean, I still pay taxes. I pay taxes. I pay taxes, but I don't pay any like water or electricity. I can use as much as I want. I can turn my bedroom into an aquarium. 3 times as much as that. Holy moly. To be honest, my rent has not changed at all. Okay, also, should I just demand? Cool people evade taxes. Yeah, but I don't want to see them, you know? I don't want to see people knocking on my door. Glad I live in the country. Oh, I bet it's like really, really nice.
It's a nice sob story, lady, but it doesn't change a thing. In the end,
I remember.
can't leave
Wait,
here without that
I'm
money.
playing in the
Then
asshole,
you'll
right?
have to take it, because I am not going to give it to you.
Okay. Give me. What can I say? It wasn't my fault. She didn't listen. She didn't listen. Any more money? Any more money anywhere? The toilet doesn't work. Oh, the toilet works. Your shower needs fixing, lady. Well, I don't think she has anything else. Wait, they're not gonna make me pay, right? Look at that. What happened here? Where's the lift again? I think I've missed it. Oh, right here. What's in the drawer in her room? Oh, I can't open the drawers. Only if it's like highlighted. It's so funky like that. Yeah. Yeah. What can I say except you're welcome? Okay, well, I can't do that. Oh, are you kidding? Am I gonna... Okay, wait, I can just jump down. It's fine. Dang, what happened here? I bet it wasn't me. You look sus. You look sus too. I think this is... Oh! I can go here. Oh. Okay. I guess I can't. Did the lady a favor? So the lady didn't miss a payment, but she also negotiated a deal so the lady never has to pay monthly. Exactly. I'm actually the good person. I am an angel. An angel. Where's my angel? Where's my angel? Angel Nu. I'm a good bean. Yeah, I think I got his augment stuff as well. I committed genocide. What can I say? Accidents happen. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Hopefully he will be okay with it.
What can I get you?
Hey, about that job?
You found Jaya yet? You need to get back the money she owes us.
Here's Jaya's augment. She won't be needing it anymore.
You stupid man! What good is a cash cow if it's dead? Did you at least get our money?
There is no money.
This was not our deal!
Maybe not. But think of it this way. Jaya was becoming a problem. I helped you get rid of that problem.
This wasn't helpful at all, Guai-Lo. You've caused me more trouble than anything else. You can forget about our deal.
What?
You got a favorite port?
Give
me a sec.
Yeah. Not like I'm busy.
Where's my gun? Oh fuck. Wait. I will shoot him. I just gotta... Hold up. I missed the quest. Did you punch another mother? Nope. I didn't punch another mother. She was a bad woman. Alright. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Hey, where's my gun? Oh! I died. She had no children. Well, no. Wait, I think I need to talk to him first before I shoot him. She said she wasn't gonna give me it.
You got a...
Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Shut up. Okay. How many people are there? Wait. What I just need to do is... Where's my grenade? Is grenade? What's this? Painkillers. Vodka. Nice. Cyberwiz. Oh, okay, I see. Wait. What was the button to this frag? I want not gas. Or I want this, right? Move to... Let's move it here. Move? Okay. There we go. Okay. Well, this is not cool. Why can't I? Why can't I? Why can't I? It's got him in the pee-pee. Sheesh! Where's my med? Why can't I throw my grenade? Oh, gee. Oh! I can't see anything. Wow, this was helpful. My fire alarm is going off. How to use this? Did I use it? I did use it. Okay. Gas. Quick. Liquid gas. Why the hell?
Don't make me.
I shot it. What the fuck? No ammo. This is awkward.
I'm waiting for you, Lawai.
This is awkward. Okay. Maybe there's something about your fire alarm. It's not my fire alarm. It's somebody else's. Okay, now it's off. Not the one in my room. It's the one like in the beyond my room. I have a fire door, so it's okay. I will stay here. I need ammo.
Give me your
fucking money!
Stay away from me. You didn't hear anything, Lawai.
I need money.
Have you noticed all the
Very
securities
impressive
in this
machinery,
place?
my friend.
How do I? You looked at me funny. Fuck. Thank you. Ah! Oh, this is awkward. This is real awkward. Oh, hi! Fucking hell! That was cool. He looked at me funny. Wait, what if... Wait, I have an idea. Can I take down somebody if I'm invisible? Where's my... This is my cloaking, right? Can I buy it? I can buy it. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay, okay. Can I? I think it's F3, right? Am I? You didn't don't see me! Guys, I have a better idea. I've got a better idea. Gosh, now I need to level up again. Hold up a second. I have a better idea. I am not leaving until I'm satisfied. Hold up, I gotta buy this again. Okay, confirm. Confirm. Okay. Save it. It is safe, right? Yeah, okay, go. Alright, this well. Wow, holy shit, please. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of fellas here. I mean, I can see him. I made it. I'm out. I killed him. I killed him. Okay, now, why did you buy the cloak to do that? In case when I go outside they chase me, I'm gonna cloak myself up. I don't know if they're gonna come out and chase me.
I don't know. Evelyn, that stupid bitch.
Innocent Nunu. You're lucky. You are so lucky. Okay. Now, what are the chances? I'm gonna save here. Cause I don't want to redo that. What are the chances I go back in there and they forget? What are the chances?
I didn't mean to kill her, okay?
Good to see you again,
Evelyn, shut up about.
Thanks. Let's see if they'll forget who I am. Hello? 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 What happened to this fella? What can I say? He's dead. I stole his money. I stole his money. I did better than snap his neck. Snap his neck. I shot him in the face. Fuck! Ayo! I can explain that clip. I can explain, by the way.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know it. Also, how do I go? Where are the shops? The Hive, okay. That's the hotel. Okay, where's the shop? Where am I supposed to go?
Kill her, okay? Evelyn wouldn't shut up about us, about the baby, so I hit her. I just wanted to make her shut her stupid mouth. The dumb bitch started freaking out.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do too. To that woman. And now she's dead. But everybody's safe. Hiya. Okay. Thank you for the pat. Also, you know the bartender, it was his job to get the money. Oh, good night. Good night, Tai. Sleep well. Thank you, Barracks. I need to wake up and continue drawing. Continue drawing. Oh, guys, Tai showed me something cool. Hi, is that somewhere here? He drew cool Nino.
对不起，你不能从这走，我很忙。
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better.
市场上最好的。
Our best
Give
shot
me
at
food.
doing this is to modify ocean temperature.
你想买什么吗？
They're all making the same food and nobody's giving food.
你再找。
Forgive me, Mr. Darrow.
怎么样？
Many people
我能帮你
believe
吗？
that your Arctic Ocean
Are there like no stores for me?
When will we be able to see the truth for
Come on.
as soon as the installation.
市场上最好的，我向你保证。
No store?
这些人不可能都弄错了吧？
Everything I've got, real cheap. You won't find better anywhere in Hangsha.
Okay, I wanna buy it. Wow, I can't buy it. Cool. What is this? Special upgrade. Pistol armor piercing system. Oh, okay, that looks so cool. Let me just drop that for a second and then pick that up and then combine a pistol. Okay, and then take that. Also need ammo, man. Need ammo. No bullets. Okay, I've got a little bit of bullets here. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things.
Oh, let me play.
Our best chance of doing this is to modify.
Oh, I need to go upstairs. Link. Another.
Forgive me, Mr. Darrow, but many people believe that your Arctic Ocean installation is more risky.
Ooh.
If you would like to
Let's
hear
see if there's
more of my
anything around
exclusive
here.
interview with Hugh Darrow, log on to
So the guy in
Who
capsule
that?
143 left his pod door open. Yeah, so I couldn't help but sneak a look inside.
Did I steal that woman's money in front of her face?
It's incredible. I could have snatched an evil too.
Ooh. Oh, look at that! Pistol! Pistol. Bread. Bread. Pistol. Okay. I gotta concentrate.
Our best
Concentrate.
chance of doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of ion sealing and geothermal.
Forget it, man. You're not my type.
This isn't a booty call, Van Bruggen. This is about you and some friends of yours I met in Detroit.
Ninunivet BRLBR
Ninaf bro 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 Ninaf bro 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 Ninaf bro 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 Smoke G40 freaking month Ninaf tweet Ninaf tweet Ninaf tweet Ninaf tweet
You hope to walk away from this, you tell me what you know.
Down, boy. I've got no allegiance to that backstabbing bitch who hired me. Especially after she painted a target on
No,
my
72 years.
The girl you want is Zhao Yunru, Tai Young Medical's CEO.
Tai Young Medical? They're Sarif's biggest competition.
How do you think they got that way? Zhao doesn't like competition, see? So she uses hack attacks, blackmail, extortion, anything she can do to destabilize him. No offense, but Sarif was just the latest in a long line.
You got any proof of this?
There's a surveillance recording in the Tai Young Tower. I stashed it on the server in case I ever needed an insurance policy.
Not a very smart place to hide it, seeing as you don't work there anymore.
Things got hot before I could move it. And now I got you to get it for me. Of course, you can't just walk into that place. You're gonna need an employee card encoded with your biometrics to use the TYM shuttle.
Am I getting paid?
You're gonna tell me where to get one.
Hey, I'm always prepared. There's a certain security guard, likes to dabble with the ladies. You'll find him at the Hung Hua Hotel top floor corner room. Sneak in, snatch the card while he's otherwise engaged, and bring it back here so I can code it with the biometrics in your passport.
I was there when you flatlined that Mo, Van Bruggen. You think I'm gonna trust you?
You have to if you want that evidence. Now run along, Sarif, man. And don't get too distracted watching the action.
What action? What action? What? What the hell? Ooh, ammo. Any more ammo? No ammo.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interview with Hugh Darrow, log on to www.
Well, Can I fly up too?
Hassan, reporting to you live from Picus.
Is it? Wait, where is it? Oh, this guy that's working here. Do I kill him? He got shanked. Okay, so do you have a card? Wow, you're empty. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have killed you. Accidents happen. Oh man, are those your favorite emotes? These X Nina, Days Net. You accidentally walked into my nav 27 times. I don't know. I don't know what got into him. I don't know. He just. I don't know what's wrong with him. Bro, why are you doing that? Why is he suspicious? He's suspicious. Good night. Good night. Okay. Bye-bye. They didn't even see me do it. I like that feature. It wasn't me, Your Honor. Your Honor, it wasn't me. What's up? Anything in the bin? Oh, I thought you were gonna let me search the bin. No searchy bin. No searching bin. Ooh. Women! Oh! I remember. What happened? What happened to her, huh? Oh no. I think I remember being here. I remember being here. She looked at me funny. Wait.
Access granted.
Thanks. Open. Thanks. She died. She died. She died. Woman. Woman. This room? Oh, I don't think it's this room. Sorry, my bad. I think it's the next floor up. Hero. Ooh, money? Money? Is that money? Any money? What is that? Hide membership! I have a membership. Wait, is that what I need? This floor, right?
Oh no, don't tell me I left my purse in there with May.
Just kill her.
I told you, I am not getting argument. Not for.
May, you have a customer. Get to work.
Oh, yes. Hi.
You're
Oh!
not a customer, are you?
What makes you say that?
The way you move, your attitude.
And what's my
Okay,
attitude?
thank God.
Oh, soldier.
I thought it was gonna be naughty, guys.
So why are you here?
I heard your argument. What was that all about?
They want me to get argumentations. For the customer's pleasure. It's sick. I quit before I ever let them touch me.
Sounded like they don't consider it an option.
They don't. I am lucky, I guess. I've been here the longest. it has advantages. But the new girls, they're not so lucky.
What do you mean?
They are forced to get augments. It's very bad.
Did I
One of
bother?
the girls who work here, Ning, she has been gone for days. I fear they took her and will force her to get augmented. You seem like a good man. I am desperate. Please, can you help? I can pay you.
Okay. How much are you paying?
Why do you think Ning has been kidnapped?
Before, we could always refuse augmentations. But more and more girls got them, and it brings more money. Now they force us to do it. They won't even hire purebreds like me anymore.
I've only
because
left
they're
one
not
body.
as popular.
Is Ning one of the pure breeds?
Yes.
Your breed?
Well, I hope she still is.
What does that mean?
They
She's like a
started
sheep?
pushing for her to get augment. She say no even when it gets violent. Now I fear they lose patience and will force the operation. Ning's not the first, and she won't be the last.
Isn't this a job for the police?
The police leave Lower Hansa to Bell Tower, and Bell Tower not care what happens if criminal pay them money. They
Ethan
don't
Nini
care
got
about my
kidnapped.
friend.
I almost
or
got
any of
kidnapped.
The other girls forced into the sex trade.
Oh, not Nini.
You keep referring to them. Who are they?
The Honghua Hotel used to be independent. In the past, we had a deal with local police for protection. And because we ran a clean and safe business, they looked the other way. But
Okay.
then, things changed.
Safe and clean, but then they
Bell
look the other way.
Tower
That means it's
become
not
the
safe and
police
clean.
in Lower Hansa.
It's illegal.
They did not care to help us. So, a drug lord came in with all his men and took control. Things has
You got
never been
kidnapped?
the same. And
Wait,
we cannot
tell
do
me the
anything
story.
about it.
How?
You said you can pay. How much are we talking here?
If you free Ning, I will pay good. 1,000 credit. More if you're willing to help again.
Okay.
What do you need me to do?
I heard the girls are drugged and taken to a place somewhere in Dagong district. There, they're held until the doctor comes. I wish you to find this place, to find where they're holding Ning. I hope it's not too late.
I'm getting paid. I will accept it.
Okay, I'll help your friend.
Thank you. I knew I was right about you, Mr. Jensen. I fear this little time. You must find Ning before they leash her with augments.
Leash her?
Yes, they call it that. They leash their girls with augments to keep them under
Some of
control
them
by
got
supplying
robbed
neuropathy.
at gunpoint. Oh no, I
do
was
not know where
the
they keep
manager.
Ning.
I
Just
think
that
gave
it is
the
somewhere in Dagong
fellow all the
district.
money.
A
He
specific
made me
location
go
would
to
help.
the.
I tell you, I do not have
Oh
one.
no!
But there is a bouncer here, Chuan Li. He works with these people.
Oh no!
He will know where Ning is. He goes to the roof to smoke often. Look for him there. You might be able to
Did you come
convince
out the
him
closet?
to reveal the place.
Anything else you can give me?
Yes. The men holding Ning. They most likely work with local triad
In my
gang
own
here,
spit.
the harvesters. If you look for some of them around, maybe you find Ning better.
Got it.
You you left that for me. You left that on a silver platter, okay? You left on a silver platter. I'm ninja. Anything?
You were awesome, baby.
Jensen, you got any news yet? You know
Wait.
I hate being left in the dark.
That's the thing I was supposed to get. Okay.
Looks
Okay,
like the
let's
Tai
do
Young
this
Medical
woman thing.
Corporation hired him and the Mercs to destabilize us.
TYM? They already have the lion's share of the global augmentation market. Why use Van Bruggen?
In order to get that share. Hopefully I'll be able to prove
Like
it
you
once I
left
get
that.
the smart
You
guy back
just.
to Van Bruggen.
Alright.
You need backup, let me know.
Wait, am I supposed to go upstairs? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Up there? He's going to ruin me. Okay. You're ruining my day. Oh my god, guys, do you remember that? Gosh, that must have been hella scary though. That must have been hella scary. Man, if that happened to me, I would probably get myself shot. I will try to be the hero. I will get shot. I will die. Wait, could it be? What is this? 2017? 27? It's not even 2027 yet.
Evelyn wouldn't shut up about us, about the baby, so I hit her.
I hit her. I hit her. Soda. I'm educated. I read the news. Wait, it is here again. Oh. Up here? Up here? Hold up, what? Ah, here.
Shove off before I shove you off.
I'm here to see you.
Uh-huh. What about?
Ning.
Open the phone book. Plenty of them in there.
Your friends are holding her. I can make it worth your while if you tell me where.
You wouldn't be outside long enough for that to happen to you.
Let's see some
That
credits
is
first,
true.
the tough guy, and then maybe I'll tell you where
But
to
if that
find
happened,
I'm not paying.
Your choice. And don't even think about trying to knock me out or something. It's not like I'm conveniently carrying that information on me or nothing.
really? He's not. He's not. Oh shit. He was my only lead. Wait. Okay. I have an idea. He didn't give you a 5-star rating. For what service? For giving him the money? For going inside the closet? No. He was in the store for at least 10 minutes. Didn't know how quick it was until I watched our cameras. Oh. No, 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 no. Wait. No, please. Okay. Please, don't tell me it's bugged. I'm getting my money back. Wait. Huh? Well, lucky me. I've saved that point. I haven't brought that guy dinner yet. What? In what? In what world am I supposed to do that? I didn't know I was supposed to do that.
I don't know.
Alright.
You ready to pay?
Yeah.
Here. Now where's Ning?
Okay, now it's working.
But you never heard this from me.
Okay.
They're holding her on a small side street just off the open gutter in the Daigong district.
Okay. Alright. Let me drop all the drinks. Drop. Wait, I can drink it. Why can't I stack these? Is this a drink? Is it? Oh, this is grenade. This is a drink, right? Use any other drinks? Okay, let's oh hell. Oh hell yeah. Parkour. Oh wait, am I supposed to go down? Neither, that's too much. Wait, which part is too much? Officer, somebody died there. Wait, is this a spirit? Oh hell yeah. Give me that. Oh hell yeah. Oh, that didn't last long. Okay, so is it on the other
别
side?
走啊，子怡，再多住几个月吧。没办法，当初大永机械收购我们公司的时候。
Okay, wow, I can't jump over it. You stabbed the guy with a baton in balls. He deserved it. Oh yeah, let's drink this.
在这里可以重新开始。好的。
Okay, it's upstairs.
Part of town, Lao Wai. Go back.
What do you mean?
This
is not the place for you. Get out, Lao Wai.
Really?
You're in the wrong part of town, Lao Wai. Go back. Where are you?
What do you mean?
This is not the place for you. Get out, Lao Wai.
那是什么？ 我找到你了。
Oh, you want to come down?
Can't run.
Oh. You're kidding. Only these two. Oh, I hear somebody in here. Do I need to hack this? How hard is it?
Leave me.
Women.
Access granted.
Okay.
No, don't shoot. Leave me. Who are you?
Your friend May sent me. She said you
Wow.
were in trouble. Are you hurt?
May.
Untrimmed note, okay.
Thank God. And no, I'm fine. They didn't touch me. Not yet, anyway. If you hadn't come, though, how did you find me?
I asked around. I can be persuasive.
I have to get out of here.
You sure you're okay? Can you leave here on your own?
Yes, thank you. Whoever you are, thank you so much. I need to go. I need to get out of this city. I need to get away from that monster, Chan. Tell me.
Nice.
Tell her. Thank you.
I'm persuasive.
For everything. I owe her. I owe you both my life.
Okay. Well. Well, that dealt with. So. Now I gotta go back and get my money. There's only one way to go. No, sorry, that's upstairs. I don't want to go upstairs. Which way did I come in from? Oh, okay. I go around this. Owl. 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 Was she upstairs? Hmm. 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 Oh yeah, the way I almost got kidnapped was when I was small. I was walking back home from school, and and then there was this car, and then like a bunch of people were in the car, and then wow, you have nothing? That's so embarrassing. Let me go this way. And they were like, come closer. I'm like, hmm? They were like, come closer. And I was getting closer, and then my dad's friend saw me and then shouted my name across the park, and then the guys just zoomed. Did this happen like a few months ago or something? No, like when I was small. No, I didn't kill them. I didn't kill them. Look, I'm in the same place. Awkward. So yesterday, no! Like, jeez, hey, the hell? What the hell? Like years ago when I was small, baby. When I used to go to school, like secondary school. When I was very short. Actually, I'm very average. I'm very average for my height. He's going to ruin me. You're ruining my day. You're ruining my day. Okay, somewhere here, right? Hello, ladies. Ladies. Yeah, I don't know what happened to us. It wasn't me, I can tell you that. Staffy is adorable. Yeah, next floor, I think. You mean this the woman? Okay, where's my money?
Ning, did you find her?
Yes.
I did. She's safe, but running. I think she plans on leaving the city.
She always is a smart girl. I'm glad. I will contact her to make sure she is safe.
That's small.
As promised,
so short.
Here's your payment.
If
you want
average.
more, I have another task.
I'm
Something
average.
suitable for a man of your many talents.
What?
Are you interested?
My interest would depend on the task.
By now, I'm sure you heard of Diamond Chan. He is evil man who feeds off the pain and misery
I'm not getting
of the
paid.
city. If we are to stay in peace here,
I can explain why. Because of gravity. Gravity is limiting my height.
but
It's
you must
nerfing
make
my
it look
height.
like an
Gravity
accident
is.
or suicide.
You're 200 centimeters lies. 200 meters of lies.
What is it exactly you want me to do?
Lower Hansa is a dangerous place. I know Diamond Chan stay at an apartment near a rooftop.
Knock him out or kill him.
Then drop his body into the alley below. Gravity will do the rest.
What kind of payment is involved?
Double what I gave you for rescuing Ning. if you make certain we are rid of Chan for good.
Okay.
There has to be another way to remove Chan from the picture without resorting to murder.
There is. I have access to certain stimulants. If Chan was caught with them, he would no longer be a problem.
Meaning I could plant drugs on him.
Not on him. Somewhere in his apartment will be enough. He may be dead though. So knock him out, leave the drug, and come back here to me. I have a friend. He works with the police. I'll contact him and he'll make sure Chan is arrested.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Good. I'll give you the address of that, but if you...
Okay.
Anything else I should know?
Chan should be alone.
Got it.
Mr. Jensen.
So...
That is good, yes.
Okay, thanks. Where is it? Wait. Whee! Hey, Dragonite. Okay, I actually lied. 100 lies. 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 Try it again. You are 4 feet 2. Gravity is just nerfing my height, guys. It's the truth. Gravity won't let me elongate. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, it's upstairs somewhere. Climb.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant
woman. Giant woman. All I wanna do, see you turn in. What? Excuse me. Are you kidding me? Are you... Bruh. No. What? I don't accept. I don't accept it. What? Wow! Oh my god. I can't say the words I want to say. I cannot say it. Can I fly? Heck. Oh, easy heck. Okay.
Access granted.
No, I thought this was gonna be a way out. I thought it's gonna be a way out. Wow. I need battery. Wow. Sheesh, what? How much? Did I eat? Nothing. Well, utter disappointment. So what is this? Combine? What is it? Ammo. my revolver. Okay, go. Okay. This is stupid. Giant unit isn't real and giant unit can't hurt you. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Hold up. I'ma do your mom. Haha. Ha ha ha. Haha. Haha. Oh no, which one would it be? This one? Yes. All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman, giant woman. All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman, giant woman. Oh, is that a big ass? It's a big ass. Okay. I can. Okay. Is it an ability? Do I need my legs to raise it high? Okay, but can I? What is this? Sprint faster. Okay, why not? Why not? Upgrade it. Oh, I can't buy it. I need new legs. I need new leg. Okay. Wait a minute. Haha. Stupid. Hey. It's okay. You're fine. You don't have anything? Maybe you're just a normal fella.
Who are you?
Oh, fuck off. Fucking hell. Is this the guy? I hope it is. Wait. I'm getting paid, right? Okay, so... Oh, sorry. I forgot. No, we don't want him to fall from here. Wait. His booty! Where's his booty? Oh, his booty is there. Okay, now go back to the lady. Oh, I forgot. Will you forgive? Who is it? Who's clearing it as it's being redeemed? Hey guys. Oh, my name's Jeff. Oh, I can't do big face for Jeff. Hold on, gotta move him. My name's Jeff. Hold up. Here you go. This is better, right? My name's Jeff. You don't need to see the game. My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. Okay, money.
Has Chan been taken care?
Yes.
There was a complication. Chan is dead. They'll
My
know
name
it was
Jeff.
murder.
That is most unfortunate. But
That's what you wanted, right?
Will you and the rest of the girls be okay?
We will survive. Maybe his death will
I think
only
it's
have minor
Pat.
consequences.
Try Pat.
Who knows?
No!
You have my thanks.
Just glad I could help.
You saved us, Mr. Jensen. Money does not feel like enough thanks for what you have done. But here's the payment promised.
Thank you.
I hope
is it
you
just
will
Pat?
be satisfied with it.
Wait.
You have saved not just me, Mr. Jensen.
Okay, you're welcome. Alright, now let me go do my main mission thing. Where was it? Downstairs? I can stun? I didn't.
Saucy Lunatic asked me, how do you feel about Giant Woman? Oh, darling, Giant Women
darling.
are like a massive ice cream sundae with extra chaos sprinkles. You can't help but be in awe of their impressive presence. I'd love to see one try to play hide and seek, though. Talk about a fun challenge. Just imagine the size of those wafts they'd create.
What?
Warp.
Nah. 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 Oh man. What do you mean by that, Edu? Don't ask me. Ask AI, dude. It's not me. It's not me. Left. Left. The aroma of high-end dining. Lefts. What? Lefts. 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 Left. 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 Blend. I have been blended.
Related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention these days.
It has consumed all my attention these days.
Earthseeker sphere
Left.
is in trouble, Eliza.
Left.
And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best
Women. God damn.
Saucy Lunatic.
Where's the stairs?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by imagine the wafts those giant women would create, please? Oh, darling. When I mentioned the wafts giant women would
This
create,
is how I imagine
I
you
was
guys
just
smell
thinking
on
about the
chat.
sheer chaos and hilarity of them trying to move around.
Wow, I have
stealthily
so many voices in my head and can't stop.
Picture them taking a step and the ground shakes with a warp, as everything around gets swept up in the gusts of wind. It's like the ultimate challenge in a
Onion.
No sneaking around.
All the voices.
Glorious chaos.
Come on, eat more popcorn.
Where do I find this recording?
On a surveillance server in the TYM tower. But that badge will only get you into the factory.
Go on, open your mouth.
And how am I supposed to get up to the tower from down here?
Never said
Wow,
it
that is
wouldn't
such a
be
long clip. How long does it go?
Look, the tricky part is getting through the pango. But you're a resourceful guy. I have faith in you.
Right. And after I'm through the floof?
You'll be in the upper.
You say it's floof and not floor?
The server you want is in the central security hub. The login and password are on this. Now,
I can't focus on my DSH without my Family Guy funny moment and Subway Surfer on screen. Oh my god. No!
Medical man! They're here!
What am I supposed to do with that?
Banner! I want that hacker dead! You gotta help me, Jensen. They're gonna kill me!
And that concerns me how?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on! I helped you out. At least give me a weapon so I can defend myself.
Alright, fine. Take this and get out of here.
I'm nice.
I won't forget this.
I don't have any. I don't have any ammo.
Earthseeker's here is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make
Wait, why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent man. But did the game have ammo? I think the game had ammo, maybe. It just doesn't provide me with ammo. I gave him, right?
Oh, come on, man.
Alright, fine.
Bro, 2. Okay.
was related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention. Earthseeker's here is in serious
Bad people.
trouble, Eliza. And it's time.
Come. Come. That's what she said. I'm waiting.
I'm gonna find you.
I'm waiting.
I know you're here.
Come. Okay, hold up. There you go. What is this? Oh, that's the thingy, right? Yes. Where's my... Wow. Yeah, what's the cooldown? Wait, is this forever, by the way? Oh no, it requires battery. I see, I see. I want them to come closer. Wait! That's rude. What is it? No, I'm not gone. I'm here.
Ah, shit, I could've sworn someone's here. Gone now. Must have seen hair.
Wait. Ah!
It doesn't happen often, Phyllis, but it appears that
Oh! Money? No money. Oh. Are you kidding me right now?
Don't make me kill you! Stay
No.
away! You know what's good for you.
And it's time we as a species step
Come find me.
up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean through a combination of ions and geothermal.
Give me your one. Thank you. I don't want money. I want... Oh. Man. Oh man. I just want... Oh, dear diary. Today I killed a man. Dear diary. I think the rest are downstairs.
Millionaire Hugh Darrow has contacted me personally to deny allegations of involvement in secret United Nations meetings about the augmentation debate. Here's what the man had to say.
My visit to Prague was
Ooh,
related
yeah.
to the project which has consumed all of my attention.
I'm Super Ninja. Wait. Where are they all?
Serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time to step up to make things. Our best chance of doing it is to modify ions. Come out.
Come. Oh, upstairs. Okay. Oh, wait, why the fuck are you fat? Okay. I'm sorry. I will not fat shame you. What? Oh, wait, why the fuck am I naked? Oh, I'm back to this model. Okay. Well, I did not predict this. I did not predict this. This was not. Yes, I have two Ninus. Here. I'll solve this.
Fuck!
There you go.
Naked!
Ah!
No!
No! Hi. Feet. Wait, this is a Ninu? Wait, what do you mean this isn't Ninu? Wait, what do you mean? You don't like it? Is it not to your taste?
There you go. All shiny and bio-encoded.
I just have
like
to...
a print.
I mean, I can fix it. What I gotta do is, where's Jeff? I just gotta change. And you can... Is this the back? Change back. Blender? Okay, so this one must be it. So change this to Ninu. Oh no. Oh, probably this one, right? Alright, let's see. That. Okay, it's not that one. It's not that one. Alright, go back to Dave. My name Dave. Oopsies. Not that. This one?
Hank Nieder asked me, Johnny, remember when you were in Deus Ex? Ah, kid, I wasn't in Deus Ex, though I can see why you might get them mixed up. Both games have that whole dystopian vibe, right? Cybernetics, rebellion against corrupt systems, a world that's gone completely to hell. But nah, that's Adam Jensen's gig. I'm more into rocking out and bringing down corporations in Night City, right here in Ninu's head. Let's keep the chaos rolling.
Oh. Nina, this is my old... Okay. It's not this either. Okay. Ah! Thanks. 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 Wait, why is it not stopping? I made it stop. I made it stop. How? It's not supposed to last this long. No, it's not supposed to last that long. Wait. Assets! Man. Shit.
Oh, come on, man. I helped you out. At least give me a weapon so I can defend myself.
All right, fine.
Oh, thanks, man.
Is back from Jeff fixed now? No. He's not fixed. It's okay. I'll just change it manually. Oh, bullet.
As soon as the installation is complete.
Oh, bullet. Oh, bullet and a dream.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive interview with Hugh Darrow, log on to www.picusweb.com. This is Eliza Cassan reporting to you live from Picus.
I missed him.
Keep looking. Someone must be there.
Yeesh. But is it?
My visit to France was related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention.
You're referring to the Panchea project.
Earth's ecosphere. It's time that we as a species stepped up to make our best chance at doing it.
Don't be rude. What?
I'm going to find you.
Is he shooting through a wall? Mister. Where are you? Are you dead? I think she's dead. I think he's dead too. Oh.
Looks like he's gone, but I better stay on top of it.
I don't have to deal with this shit. Oh, okay.
He must have run.
Have to.
He doesn't come back.
Him neutralized!
Oh. Oh. That guy was scary. Wait. Oh, fuck off. I have no ammo. Health? What is this? Pimp. Use. Oh, this is just battery. Wait, or is that juice? Oh!
Show yourself!
Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. Sorry. Why can't I just use it?
What are you doing?
Come.
What are you doing? Come out!
Oh, there was somebody. Where? Is he? Okay. Where? What? How? This guy's cheating. He's in the walls. He is in the wall! He's in the wall! What? He's in the fucking wall! I got you addicted to rivals? You know, I didn't do that. This guy is in the fucking walls. This is bullshit. I hate the fact that I don't have enough ammo. Is that what they mean by director's cut? Blood. No.
There you go. All shiny and bioencoded, just like a...
Oh, come on!
Alright.
Okay. This is what I'll do. Get my other gun out. These. Change to... Put these here. And then...
All of my attention.
You're referring to the global initiative that aims at healing our world.
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble at
Someone's running. Fuck.
And it's time that we as a
No.
species stepped up to make things
No one. Trust me. Oh, but that's not the exit! Shit. Wait, let me save it here because I don't want to go through that thing again. Thanks. Air fresh. Fuck is the... What the fuck is the exit? Is that the exit?
Is anyone there?
Your mom. Oh shit.
Nothing yet. He's around.
No, I'm not.
Here somewhere.
Okay, I'm in a bit of a predicament. This guy sucks. Okay. The guy's gun. Where's his gun? Where's his gun? That's not his gun. Really? What? Heavy rifle. No ammo? No ammo? Pistol. Pistol. What's this? Pistol. Uh-oh. Me. No. Oh my god. Pistol. 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 I was next to the exit. Oh, hold up. Oh. Finally, it worked. Okay. Where's the exit, huh? Is this the exit? This is not the exit. Okay. Awimbawe, Awimbawe. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. Lion. No, right where you stabbed that man. Okay. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. I have. Okay, I only have this.
Was related exclusively to the project which has
Fuck.
consumed all of my attention.
Okay. Come on. Charge up.
Earthseeker's here is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing. Show your.
Smell you later. Whoa. Okay. This game sucks. This game sucks. Game sucks. Wait, is it gonna start from where Danilo eats tonight? It's early. Oh my god, there's the Tangia. Hold on.
Shiny big poop in your pants.
Why? Why? Fair enough. Oh.
Keep looking. Sweep this place clean.
Sweep the place clean. Go through here. Meow, meow, meow. Fuck. Toilet. Toilet. You kidding me? This is the toilet. Oh, hold on. Oh, where's my revolver? Oh my god, only 2 bullets. Only 2 bullets. Oh, fuck that. Hold up. Can I hack it? Hold up. Do I have the ability to hack? Still. Nope. So easy and persuade people. Look, I need that. We're making decisions new. Can I hack? There's no hack from range. Hack tracked. Damn. Track threads through walls. Okay. Take down multiple opponents. I didn't know I can do that. Take someone. Alright. How do I see it? And how do I see them? Oh, hold up. Is it F4? F3? What are those? Okay, I mean... Wait a minute. Hack. Hack.
You see anything? Holy shit! What's that?
No, it's not me.
Stop!
It's dumb.
Access granted.
Turrets. Enemies.
No more!
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ammo. There you go. Guys, I have an idea now. I'm gonna save here real quick. I am going to bring them down here. Oh. I thought the camera was my friend. Oh. Is that for my robot? Ha. If I just make a sound, maybe they'll come. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, that is so stupid! I thought I didn't even touch it! Wow, my gaze is so destructive. Stupid. 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 I'm gonna make sure I actually turned camera thing off. Oh, wouldn't it be so funny if I just walk across it? No, I didn't turn the camera off. There you go. What are those? It's stupid. 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 Why'd they jiggle like that? Oh. Gawk. Gawk, gawk, gawk your mom. Gently down the way. Can I stop this? Whoa! Okay.
Ridiculous.
I think he escaped. Keep watching.
Stay on high alert.
Looks okay over here.
I think deceased. What's in here? Oh, if I wanted to stealth. Oh. Oh, I didn't know I can do that. Heavy rifle. Oh, what is this? Nuke virus. This shotgun. I don't actually like using the shotgun. Have any machine pistol? I don't even have a machine pistol anymore. Drop. Heavy rifle. I have heavy rifle. I don't need this. Cause I don't have that weapon. I've never seen it. Let's get this. No. I took. I don't want it. Oh. I made it! I want to save it. Cause Lord knows there might be another, like, stupid little mine there. And I just walk out and it explodes. Ooh. Damn. Such a hassle. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh no, fuck! Why? For what purpose? For what purpose?
Malik, get Pritchard on the line. Tell him I need everything he's got on the Tai Young Medical Building. Schematics, blueprints, everything.
That might take a while, Jensen.
Are these guys okay?
He's got as long as it takes for me to find this Tai Young shuttle Van Bruggen talked about and ride it to their factory. Jensen out.
Oh, yeah. They seem friendly. Hello. Goodbye. Women. Hello. Women. Thank you. One pitch.
Trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance at doing this is to modify...
Oh! Hello. Ready. Wait, am I supposed to wait? No, of course not. I am these nuts. These nuts, no need
Malik,
to wait.
Any word from Pritchard yet?
I'm right here, Jensen, staring at a blueprint of the Tai Young Medical Building.
Great. I need access to a security terminal in the Upper City Tower.
You do realize there's an entire skyline between you and it, don't you?
I know. The Pangu. Any idea how I get to it?
I suggest you start by going up.
Thank you. I did not know that. Thank you very much. Thank you for enlightening me. What was that? One.
Access granted.
Thanks. I need to be stealthy.
You! Help! I need help! Please! The regulator machine is shorted out, causing a toxic gas leak. I tried to...
I can't hear you.
I'm stuck in here. I couldn't...
Enough with the play-by-play. What do you need?
There's a valve in the next room. You have to close it.
Guys, what do you think? Should I help him or should I let him die?
I'll see what I can do.
Wow, Lampy, accept.
Please hurry. Don't just stand there.
Where is it? Oh, I have to go through here. Wait, do I just open this? This is the way. Bro, I don't know. It's easy. What's the catch?
Access granted.
Okay. Oh, that's the valve. Why can't he tell me the password?
Access granted.
Hurry!
Oh! Oh, wait. My bad. That's... Wait. Hold up. How the fuck am I... Oh. I have to actually open this one. Why do you make it so complicated? Stinky? Shut up.
Access denied.
Well. What's the password? What's the password?
Someone stop right there.
Shut up. That kinda hurt. Oh man. Really?
As always, auto hack.
Wah. Oh my god, you're right. You're right, I forgot. What are you? I need a sandwich. Nina, what are you? Ooh. Ignore. I completely forgot I had that. It wasn't this door. This one is already opened. It's this one. Oh, I didn't take his gun. Nova! Hi! He's dead. Guys, he's dead. Wait, well, did I say... What did I say? I don't really care about him. I can't believe he died. Took too long. Okay. Look. He didn't sound very desperate. Where is he? Is he still dead? Oh, I think he's dead. Should I bother? Oh, that's the latest save. That's right. Okay, and then open the door. Hey, you're fine now. He probably has something important on him. Maybe he's still alive, you know. Ooh, let's see. See, look. Hey, you. Rocket secretary. Fine,
Oh, Daddy.
I'm taking him out. Maybe I can do CPR. Here, your friend. No, 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 no. Woman. Sorry, I have to put you down. There's nothing there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it came to this. Hi. Okay.
If you have a malfunction to report, talk to me. Lately, I've had so much work and not enough time to do it. Lately, I've had so much work and not enough time to do it.
I have to kill him. He's running. I didn't want it to come to this, but it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Oh, wait a minute. I need computers to hack. I want robots to become my friend. How hard is this? This is easy.
Access granted.
Oh, okay. What is this? What did I do? What did I do? Wow, that's hard. I have not found this tranquilizer gun, by the way. Is this a combat rifle? Do you like the color of my hair? Do you like the color? Do you like it? I colored it in. with ink, and I colored my eyes. I colored it. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, and I colored my skin. I colored my skin. Now I don't have a weird line. Wait, what do you mean? It's so good. My skin color? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Am I allowed to do that? Yeah. Billy allows me. Wow. Yes. Yeah, Billy allows me to play with it. I don't know why you would do that. Also, look, I have assets. 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 Could you believe it? Assets. 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 Mm-hmm. Yes. Wait. That means... Where's the... Is it Jester? I'll say Jester hat. Is it Clown? Clown? That means... I can wear it. Asset. Asset. Great asset. Oh. Double asset. 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 Oh. Oopsies. Oh no, what do you mean, oh no? To the but I wait, no, I also have this. Look. I actually have boobs. Actual boobs. Actual boobs. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I don't remember. There you go. I was trying to deflate them. Okay. There you go. Now they're big. Also, I think there's a. There you go. Fixed. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. It's where you grow them. Welcome to my stream, everyone. Everything is on the way. What? It's only missing. Hold up. There you go. Hold up. Ain't no way. Everything is in the way. Everything is in the way. I have to exchange the colors for this as well now. Please. Pop, 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 pop. Is there no, like, easier way to do this? Oh. There you go. Oh my god, everything is in the way. Oh no. Oh, wah! Bruh. Everything is in the way. What can I say? Are you kidding me? What am I supposed to be doing, by the way? Ooh. Ammunition count. Okay, hold up. This, I'm gonna drop this and then take this and then combine with there you go. Let's wait. Okay. No, Fable has bigger boobs. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Oh man, the struggles are real. The struggles are real. Man, my back. My back is so heavy. Hey, look, nope, they can't do this. They can't do that. Hey, what could go wrong? Yeah. Magic. Oh, everything is so heavy. What are these? Yeah, hold on. I don't know what they are. I'm gonna pick them up. What is that? Oh, stun gun? What is a stun gun? I have no ammo in this gun. 17. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Actually, that's kind of big. I can't see. I can't see anything. Shut up. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I will shit in your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit in your face. Oh my god, half the screen is covered. I can't see anything. Oh, I did not kill that guy. I forgot. Augie's asleep. There. Excellent. That thing is not here. Oh, it moves. Oh, it's just outside there. Okay. I just gotta make it my friend. Okay. So, how much battery do I have? Do I have only one of these? Mine? Mine template. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Oh, fuck off. No. That was wrong. That was wrong. I'm supposed to do 0. And then...
I knew someone...
Wow, that is so dumb. You know what? It's because I can't see anything. The screen is covered. Are they dead? Oh, one person's asleep. Wait, did he get up? No, he's out there. How many robots are there? I can't see anything. Imagine covering your screen. Well, yeah, I can't see my screen. Everything is in the way. Everything is in the way. Life is so hard. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. Snick. Hack. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. What, do I have... No, I have no super hacker. I have no super hacker. I have to actually hack it myself. Like a super hacker. Hack. Hack. One. They don't know. Oh, fuck. Nah. Okay. I guess I have to kill them. No! 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 Oh. I killed the thing. Oh, everything is in the way, that's why.
Too late to hide. Down here, clear. Time for a quick search.
Do I have any other... Oh, I do. Hint. Wait, what is this? Frag. What does frag do?
Got away.
I think he's dead. No! No! We could have been friends. Could have been mercy. Oh my god, why didn't I use this? Ah! Fuck! You know what? It's okay. See, that was smart. That was smart. Oh. Nobody left. I hack now. Hack. Please. Please tell me I have friends left. Please tell me I have friends left. Please tell me I have friends left. Tell me I have friends.
Access granted.
Please tell me I have friends. Alright. No friends? Are they not my friends? Are they not my friends anymore? They're not my friends anymore. All I wanted was to be your friend. But now I'm no longer anyone's friend. Everyone is dead. Ooh, wait, is this a lift? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, I can't see anything. Oh, how dreadful. It's so horrible, guys. I can't see the screen. Where did your hand... Oh, there's one of my hands. There you go. Okay, well I can make my hands invisible. Okay, I have to run out of that. Stun gun. I don't need stun gun ammo. Tranquilizer I don't need. Pistol. 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 Ooh, wait, where does this go? It's okay. Oh. Oh. Oiler. I can't see. I can't see anything. This is so horrible. I can't see the screen. Oh my god, my jugs are heavy. Oh no. Wait. Oh, I'm back here again. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to go here. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. You're just taking a nap now. Pump room. Oh my god, I wonder it could deflate my boobs. Okay, no. I don't think they do anything. I don't think they work. Is this the game Snake is from? No, I don't. Oh. I have to go all the way there? Okay.
Access granted.
Thanks. What is this? Pistol? Pistol? Is that it? Was that it? Wow. So lame. Hello? Hello? Up?
Pritchard, I'm in an elevator leading to the Pangu. Any security features I should know about ahead?
Nothing too taxing, I suspect.
Oh no!
The Pangus used mostly for maintenance
oh no!
and storage.
I can't
Look for
see
a second
anything!
elevator once you're there. It'll carry you straight into the tower.
Oh. Meh. Capture software rating too low to hack device. I'm too low? Excuse me? I'll have you know. Oh, I have... Fuck. I have nothing. Oh, there must be a way. There must be a way. Okay, come on. Oh, this one's already open. What are those? Shotgun. Do I have no little robot? I haven't found anything. No codes. Come on. Wait, I can move through here. Get what? Yay! What? Stun gun. Stun gun? I don't need it. I don't need it. What's in here? Nothing? Just... Am I supposed to go up there? Oh... Wait. Oh, I'm small. I can't get up there. I'm too heavy. I wonder what's making me heavy. Are you kidding? The world is too heavy. Okay. No. Okay. Get. Okay. Make do with it. Wow. Are you kidding? There we go. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. I think this is the way I'm supposed to go. Game said it was a skill issue. No, it's because I have assets. Can't you see? Can't you see? Assets. If this was Solid Snake, I would have lost already. Wow. Okay. Really? Nothing? Nah. No, you're not telling me. No, I can't climb that. I can't. Let me in. Wow. No way. You actually... Oh my god. Bollocks. Absolute bollocks. This is lies. Whee! Please tell me this is the way I'm supposed to go. Oh, what happened to this guy? Did I take everything? Yeah. Is this paintball? Guys, I found a tranquilizer. Hell yeah. Combine my revolver. Do I have revolver ammo? What's Peps? Oh wait, I did have Peps thing. Get rid of this. Peps energy. Pepsi. Oh wait. Peps. Peps. Oh. Ooh, okay. Wow, it's one shot. One shot. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. This is so awful. It's so awful. Wait, what? Again? Oh my god. Okay, oh! There's a lift.
Jensen, what is it you're looking for exactly?
Some kind of surveillance recording. Van Bruggen said he stashed it on a server somewhere.
He must have meant the data core room. Very high security. It'll be a couple of floors up from
what the
where
hell?
elevator lets you
I see the
off.
breast enlargement went
The
well.
corridors you'll pass through will be public. So you might want to
I
keep
can't
any
see my
weapons
screen.
Copy that.
I can't see my screen. Oh man. Oh man, how awful. How awful. Oh, how awful that is. Oh wait, are they my friends? Oh, I'm just gonna hack this. Come on.
Access denied.
Are you kidding me? Get up. You made noise. You made noise. Shouldn't have made noise, silly goose. Did it kill him? Oh. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. God damn. What can I do? I can't see half of the screen. How is this my fault? Okay, lesson learned. Kill. Civilians. Poopy. Oh, wait. Let me go up. Wait. I was up. Fuck. That's the same excuse Nova used to use with her iPad. Well, I have assets in the way. You see, that's different. That's different. It's different. It's different. Oh my god, this takes so long. Well, this gun sucks. No bully. Okay, no bully to my. It's not an excuse. It's valid. So are my assets. Bruh. What? Oh, hold up. This is the way. He won't notice. They won't notice. They stinky poo poo. Whoa, this gun sounds so funny.
I've got you.
Oh, fuck off. Okay, wait. I'm gonna grab this. Oh, fuck! Hold G? Oh. Oh, fuck. I think I need health. I think I need painkillers. Thanks. I think they're dead. Dead. He's dead. Woman dead. Do you have money? No. Civilians. Ah. Oh no! No, no, no. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Where's my... Oh gosh, wait. Do I have a grenade? No, 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 no. I have no more grenade. No, okay. I just go big gun and go brr. Come out. Sheesh, it doesn't die? Oh god. Oh god. Oh shit. This is awkward. Ha ha. Goodbye. Oh wait, this room. Fuck! Okay, well. Well. Oh, okay. This room. I want to get in this room. Oh, what happens if I shoot that? Oh, that's stupid. That's so stupid. Also, this gun sounds so stupid. Everything sounds stupid. What is this so awful? Oh. Oh, will you look at that? Now, time to turn them into my friends. Hack. Please be easy. Okay.
Access denied.
Huh? Excuse me. Stupid. What is this? Tranquilizer. I don't even. Oh my god. I don't even. Oh wait. I forgot. Nothing. You can't enter. You don't have the password. You don't have the password. I'll have to wait patiently. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just want to make friends in the game. Then you added like 50 spaces to the password because of your ample cushions. Oh, that explains it. Oh, that explains it. I don't even have a shotgun. Let me get rid of that. And this, what's that stupid gun? Pepsi. I thought it was cool, but no, it sucks. I don't need that. Pistol. 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 My name is. Oh my, what big assets you have. Oh, tomorrow see you. Wait, tomorrow see you? Tomorrow see you. Okay. I hack again. I hack again. Don't give me that bullshit again. Okay. Maybe I have to nuke something. Yeah. Wait, does that speed them up? Fuck. Please, man. Oh, it's okay. It's not that long. I can wait. I can wait. I have patience. I can't fit. Oh, it's because of my asset, isn't it? Oh, it's because of my asset. Wait, hold up. Let me save here. Because if I fuck up again... You are playing because of me? Me? Okay, look, it's not my fault. Nova! You could still help Staffy! Help Staffy! We gotta level up Staffy. We gotta level her up. Okay, so I'ma nuke something. Nuke it. Come on, no, please.
Access denied.
Oh, fucking hell. Load. I'm not trying to communicate. What? You're wrong, guys. You guys are wrong. You guys are both good. You guys are like, I am not good. The truth is you are. You are good. You are good. You are good at the game. Okay, so, alright. Clearance? Oh my god, I can't. Scam? Oh, what the fuck am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Yeah. This is because I was losing a lot trying by myself. Oh no. No, try? Nova. Remember how I got you out of, like, being locked out? Wait, what's my rank again? What's my rank? I'm not too high, right? I can still...
Oh, wait, I'll give you an extra boost. Okay?
Yeah!
3, 2, 1...
What?
Oh no, she's in space. She's in space, guys. She's in space.
Space I am. Space I am. Okay.
Access denied.
I just wanted to make friends. I just wanted to make friends. I exit. I gotta make friend. I was staying server for 6 hours and you got me. No, you don't need me. You got out because we were a duo and we communicated. And I told people my name Jeff. And they listened. Oh man. Wait, where's Fable? What? I have to show Fable my assets. Fable, where are you? Look at my assets. Wait. Fable. Assets. Guys, you can see me type. Hold on. Can you see me type?
52 years. Ninu Nivet BR.
Oh my god, 52 years.
Dino dance. Ninu Nivet BR LBR Dino dance. Ninu Nivet BR LBR Dino dance.
Happy 52 years. Enough bro dinadance. 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 Enough revenue. Enough party cat. Enough party cat. Enough party.
9 of Travenue, 9 of Travenue, 9 of Travenue, Ninu VT party cat, Ninu VT party cat, Ninu VT party cat, Ninu Nivet we.
Wait, what is I'm looking at?
Ninu Nivet we.
I can't see. What do you mean? What are you looking at? Remember to sleep on your side. Like this? Like this? There you go. I'm back. Wait. Ah, shit. Wait. I have a better idea. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Wait. Let me change the background. Hold up. Hey, Albion, are you ready for this? Albion? Hold up. Let me, do this. Here you go. I've got green screen. Yes. Nova, are you ready to be blasted into space? Like Neo was? Space. I want to go to space too. Okay, hop on. 1, 2, 3. She's back. She's back. He's back. Oh, Ninu, thank you very much for taking me all the way up to space. That was so fun.
I'm a cat, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Whoa. You're touching my asset. My name is Nova. Hello, my name is Nova. And I'm a cat. Meow. My name's Nova, and I'm a cat. I can confirm. Please edit in my Wikipedia. I am a cat. A certified cat. I swear I'm a cat. I'm a cat. And then there's like boobs looming in the background. Nova, what are you doing? What are you doing in the boobs, Nova? Nova, what are you doing? What are you doing, Nova? What are you doing? What are you doing, Nova?
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, Daddy.
Thank you. Somebody appreciates my penis.
Yes. My penis. I slam it in your mom. Nova, I realize you don't have normal ears. Oh no. How do you hear? Oh yeah, because you're a cat. Meow. Goodbye, Nova. Nova's taking over the stream. Hello, this is my stream now. Welcome to Ninu's stream, and my name is Ninu. Ninu number 2. I look exactly like Nova. How? I have no idea. Wait, this is Nova's stream. My bad. There we go. I like transparency. Hey, guys. You can't blend me! You can't blend me! You can't blend me! Nova's so adorable. Goodbye, Nova. Oh, you're back. Oh. Did you? Oh, you tried to blend me, didn't you? Didn't you? You tried. But guess what? You failed. Failure. With a F. Failure. Okay. You guys tried to blend Nova. It didn't work. But you can blend me now if you want. There you go. I gave you a lot of things to clip for Nova. I bet I sounded like Nova. I sounded just like Nova. Man, I'm gonna have to change that. What do you... yeah, Blampy. Explain. Mister, explain. Oh, wait. Wait. What, does this work? You look this. Mwah. I blew a kiss. Mwah. From my bosom. Mwah. Hey, do you girls want to play Mobile Rival? I need to have a model with my rigging a lost legal her expression. What? Cause I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Oh man, these things are so heavy. Can you guys do this with your assets? I bet you can't. I made it even smaller. Oh wait, we are clone rival? Yeah! You wanna come to rival? You wanna come to rival? You wanna do mobile rival? No set game here. I think he could do that. I just don't know. I just don't know. Guys. I call you the cuties. Oh my god. You are? Hello, new phone, who this? Hello. America, yeah? Hello.
I see. I can't help but just notice that there's something different about you.
Oh, I went through puberty just last night.
Wow.
My
so
balls
great.
dropped, but somehow they went up to my chin. Is that how that works?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Staffy so naughty. Staffy young naughty. Oh, what are you slapping, Verbal Coffee? What are you slapping, huh? Huh? Sir, what are you slapping?
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Oh my god.
I love
the
you.
fact that they
Now
have
back to our
Luna dancing in basically
Whenever
underwear on the launch
I tell
screen.
you guys that you guys are doing well, I'm clapping my ass cheeks. Oh yeah, the skin is out, right?
Yeah, today is the first day.
Me.
Oh! They took a picture of it. Oh, okay. I have to actually purchase this. I have
Yeah, and then
enough.
the Loki and Psylocke one is apparently a bundle too, I think, according to Cryptic.
Oh. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a skin for him. I don't even play the thing. Oh my god, I love this face. Okay, what else? Oh, these ones are so cute.
They have Loki emotes.
Yeah, the Loki emotes are so cute. I like this goofy one. And they have a Psylocke one as well.
Bro, I have to get this.
Okay, this is wow.
$100 at Overwatch yesterday.
Well, technically, chat did.
I saw. Did he show them? Overwatch yesterday. I can't. This hurts. I shouldn't buy this.
I like this skin. I actually like this skin. It's Dad, father,
Daddy.
Oh, what? She's not wearing anything.
Exactly why I need it.
Fine,
oh,
fine.
Daddy.
Oh, Daddy.
Mommy? Sorry, Mommy?
Oh, wait. What? Hold up. That is the highlight? What?
You should look at the Psylocke one too.
Oh, Psylocke highlight. Let's see.
I think that she should have been added to the store in a bundle with Loki today. I'm still starting up though.
Oh, hard. Wait, new. Where's
Stole. Is that Staffy?
I really want that Luna skin.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Wait, is Loki? Did Loki and Psylocke not get added today?
I saw the Loki one, like, online. Okay, let me see here. Loki, Mr. Loki.
Wait, if
No,
you go to
they
my
didn't add it.
Discord, if you go to my Discord, Nino, you should watch the little highlight reel for Psylocke. Of Psylocke's
Oh, I haven't
bikini
seen the
skin.
Psylocke one. Is it good?
It just,
Is it in? Where is it?
She looks great. She looks great.
She looks great. Oh,
She looks
wow.
great.
Mr. Kitten, I see what you took pictures of. I see you, sir. I see you. Alright, let me see the video, guys. Where's the... Oh, this one. Whoa! Whoa! What? Whoa!
I don't know what I'm looking for.
Go to my general gaming channel on my Discord and look at the Psylocke video.
Whoa!
I don't.
Wait, okay. Oh.
You're mine.
Oh. I like the sound.
Out of sight.
Guys, you don't hear this. Wait, okay. I will download it, guys. I'm downloading it for you guys. So I can show it. Damn! Wait, what? Okay, it's kind of cute.
I love the hair.
Damn. Damn.
I'm not making a microtransaction. I'm not making a microtransaction.
You gotta do it, Nova.
I'm making a microtransaction.
You gotta
currently.
do it, Nova. Look at the skins. Are they calling for you? They're
You are
calling
not.
for
I literally
you.
spent like over $100 on Overwatch yesterday. I'm not even kidding.
But Nova, it's calling you. The skins are calling for you. Nova.
Okay, I just got enough for the battle pass. I just got enough for the battle pass, and I'll get the beauty skins some other day.
I really need the Jeff skin.
Jeff skin?
I need it so bad.
Oh,
Have you not seen the Jeff on the battle pass?
Oh, that one, the Venom one. Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah,
Cute,
it's so cute.
he's adorable. I think he likes to commit crime.
Oh, also, Ninu here, have the pants.
I am wearing the pants. First it was 100, now it's over 100. No, guys, no one needs $100 for new skin. It's important
It's essential, yep.
to feel home again.
Chat, don't judge me, okay? I don't need too many nice things in life, you know. I don't need a big
But
fancy
you know,
apartment
those
or things,
skins
but,
would make
but like those skins in Marvel Rivals,
you guys ready for some comp, or do you guys need some training?
Wait, let me see if my voice chat's on. I think it should be. Oh, I heard you. Yeah. Okay.
Staffy,
Danko.
you want to do one quick play to train, and then wait. You
I
played.
literally just
You
got
already
out of raid,
played.
so I'm
okay.
fine.
She's been playing today.
All right, we're just going in.
Toss me in, coach.
I'm tossing you in.
I knew it was
I've
way
been
over.
trying to do one trick, Jeff.
I didn't spend $370.
Just because it's the easiest thing to do at low rank.
Remember, you don't have to trust. Oh my god, hello.
So many months of enough 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 enough
Don't trust your teammates. In this rank, you don't trust them. You just
Especially Nova.
trust your... What? Nova is good. You is good. 50% of us are good. What do you mean?
Never trust ADHD. Oh, nobody gets that joke because your fucking massive titties are in the way of the name.
Sorry.
Do you guys also hear the guy who just keeps going off mute to like make rubbing noises?
And now they're like,
I do hear that, so yeah.
You gotta mute your mic, bro.
This is haute couture, darling. Designed by Jumbo Carnation himself.
oh, my
Oh, your mic is open.
We can hear you rubbing something, Lex.
Practically seething inside of
It's his chair.
I don't know my voice chat button.
Usually it's V.
2, 1.
I did it. Wait, he's wearing a... I think he's kind of naked.
Oh yeah, he's wearing a man thong, yeah.
Oh.
It's a budgie smuggler. According to my cousins.
Oh yeah, it's a budgie smuggler.
Oh no, so sorry.
As the New Zealanders would apparently say it.
Uh-oh, sorry, I probably should destroy these.
Welcome to the family VO18_.
Violet Queen! Violet Queen! Ma'am, hi! Oh no. Wait, can I stand on it? Oh no. Who's he getting? Who's he getting?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Had to keep nest and just got nobody.
Oh no. Wait, that's not ours.
No.
Does she have the skin already? Oh. Oh no. Oh my back hurts, guys. Oh, this is how it feels, huh?
Pulse charge. Fire.
Nothing to do with the massive titties.
But yeah,
You're just carrying the game, you know?
It's a lot of work, you know.
I appreciate you.
Okay, I can't get him. I will make my way to him.
I feel like I'm being watched.
Oh wait, never mind. You guys already got him.
I go on him, holy shit.
It's such a cute Jeff outfit. I think Bro has his mic on voice activation because we're doing his keyboard too.
Oh, the fuck?
Now he's just. I've got an image of him sitting there in like serial killer silence.
Wait, that's not yours. He's one.
I'm a problem your gun can't solve, Frank.
Half my screen is blocked, guys. What do I ever do?
Also, congrats on the Lord Emma Avian.
Wait, is this Avian? Oh, it's not.
What? No. He's not in the party.
Yeah, the name starts with an A.
Ah, yes. By that logic, you could also call him Albion.
Like the game?
Timmy Doe spotted bad guys. There they are. Rocco's in trouble. Time to go nuts. Ooh, a touch of healing.
I forgot.
Oh, Dark Child!
Behold! No! Jeff! Live! Okay, she's bad.
Oh boy, I did not realize he was safe on the turret.
Oh yeah, sorry. No CCs, no cooldowns. Not cooldowns. Crowd control.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh no. No! Oh, hi.
I just fucking destroyed that Punisher, dude.
Let's go.
Destroy him.
Proud of you.
Destroy.
I literally just fucking...
They don't look friendly.
I played hide and seek with him till it's over now and then fucking knocked him back into you guys.
Oh, so proud of
Hi, dumbass. Hey. Oh, wait, where's... Oh, this thing is here. Groot. Wow, wait, why is he big? Oh, just like my asset.
Why is ADHD's game so small? Oh, I probably didn't have to do that. Well.
Oh, shit! Oh my god, you protected me! Thank you so much!
Oh, thank God it wasn't for nothing. Okay.
Is that a woman?
That was
Guys,
a woman.
I see a woman. I see a woman.
See, that's why I love playing Jeff, because I just love to play a game where I go around getting to make every woman wet.
God. My stomach effect!
No.
Oh God.
I thought I died, honestly, and then I realized I was alive and didn't know which way I was facing.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation. No bleeding. Oh, hi. I like how she's just like missing everything.
Every time that he ults, or that Jeff ults, I hear Larry.
I missed everybody.
Larry?
I am ready to
yeah, I hear Larry.
Oh.
Oh God.
Timmy Doe spotted bad guys. There they are.
I mean, they kind of had an ult. No, that was kind of silly. I would say that's kind of silly, sir. I gotta wee. I gotta toilet. I gotta toilet. Who's that?
It's clobbering time! It's never nice seeing a tree fall.
Oh, okay.
Help.
Judge, jury, execution.
Oh, he's kind of low. Oh, wait, never mind. Got the ult going. Oh, no.
No, Nina, stop peeing.
Oh my god! With that timing. Oh, guys, you want some music? You want some music?
Bounding back into action.
I'm on my way. I still haven't gone toilet. I gotta go toilet. I gotta go toilet. You gotta win.
You gotta go pee pee.
Yeah.
This core can erase Ultron from a rocket.
Behold, that child!
Where is she? Oh, you can destroy this. Oh my god, I don't know how you kept me alive.
We both just fucking lay the heels into you the whole time.
Hell yeah. Yummy, yum. Wait. Oh! I missed your thing. Sing us a song, Raptor. Sorry. Raptor's gonna sing us a song.
And your heels.
I'm done with this fight.
Thank you.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh, it's overtime.
My God,
It's
I
overtime.
almost have ult.
Okay.
Obviously, raccoons shouldn't carry guns. Oh, it's in my opinion. Double KO. Oh, a touch of healing.
Oh shit, nice. Okay. Our Rocco sounds like Barack Obama. like. Oh wait, fitting test.
Hey.
I can run to the toilet. BRB.
Okay.
Oh god.
Things up, including which side you're on. Eat nuts and
Man, this dude's just like loving on his microphone every time the round is doing nothing. I can feel my head inside of his fucking lips. Oh, he had to go run and piss as well.
Round 2, go!
Nina, if you
I
can
have
hear
peace.
us, it's...
I have
Okay,
peace.
we have
have
to
peace.
respawn and go defend.
Sorry?
We have to go defend.
Oh yeah. I thought you said you have to go to bed. Like, wait,
No, you do not.
I have to go to bed right now.
What the hell?
It's
okay.
important. Dreamland is calling.
I can go to bed with my assets right here.
Now you're just gonna lean head forward, right?
Yeah.
4, 3,
God. Me trying that in real life. Who's that? Oh, he doesn't have the skin. It's a man! Whoa, oh, wow, why am I being bounced everywhere?
I don't know. Everyone's very bouncy.
Take that, booty. This guy is missing. Oh, he's up there.
I appreciate you.
Put him down! Put him out of his misery! Oh! Take them off! Make your dream come true! No! No! I only got the kills because of you.
No, I had it all! Well, we didn't need it. We didn't need it. It's okay. Never mind.
I got them kills because of your sacrifice.
You stopped them in their tracks.
My sacrifice was not in vain.
Yes, thank you. Oh. They have Ultron. Wait, somebody's here. Okay.
The main guys are coming the main route now.
Oh gosh. Oh no! I have been deceived. What can I say? You're welcome.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
I think ADHD is ADHDing.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Time to go nuts.
So close. Hey, check out this big acorn.
That they just realized the dishes need doing or something.
Behold the god of thunder!
Time to go nuts.
Oh.
Extermination!
Oh. Gosh.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
I'm glad we might lose this.
Yeah, they're pushing really hard.
Tippy Joe spotted bad guys. There they are.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
We're not gonna lose this. What the? With my great assets, I will not allow it.
My shields are down. They made it halfway. Stop them.
What a relief!
Thank you, Steffi.
Just embrace the light.
I'm trying.
We're back.
But have to go punish
Just try and
her.
stay in front of me so I can get everybody.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
Us against the world.
They stole my bit.
Oh, everyone did.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, that
Oh,
did not
gosh.
work out in my favor.
There's still a chance to stop them. Everybody needs
That's a dead. Incoming.
better stop that
They have 3 sports.
Re-upped.
And 2 tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks, 2 support.
They hit a checkpoint.
Extermination!
Stop them.
No, my baby. Okay, let's fall back. Let's fall back. Oh, okay. Everyone's kind of dead. No worries.
Okay, I'm kind of
I'm a
lost.
fall back.
Only a little
I'm a
bit.
good boy.
Ty, I'm ready.
Just a little bit dead.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm good to go.
You are not my target, sir. This
I'm
guy's
hit
safe.
pretty bad.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant to say. Okay.
Behold the god of thunder!
What killed me there?
God of Thunder, probably.
God of Thunder. Oh no. Oh no.
I was, yeah.
And okay, I've with my ultimate.
Back for another
Wait,
tour.
back up, Steffi. Back up, back up.
Don't give them an
Lift,
inch.
lift.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of trouble.
Okay.
Okay, we got a Loki. So we have to triple heal.
Oh, we gotta touch. We gotta touch. I can't touch. Somebody, one of you guys have to touch.
No!
Oh no.
Score is 3, 2, 3.
It's our
I blame-
tiebreak around now, right?
Time to
Yeah.
switch
No.
things up, including which
We have a
side
minute and they
you're
have
on.
3 minutes.
I'm not a hero.
Okay.
I'm
I
the
think-
Punisher.
Are we gonna be on an attack or defense?
To win this one.
We'll be defending this time.
Are we defending? Okay, if
Wait,
we're
no.
defending.
Wait. We're attacking. We're
Oh.
attacking.
Yeah, no, we were just defending, so we're attacking it.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just go counter for thing. What's the
I'm not a hero. I'm the
Oh,
Punisher.
hello. What should I go?
Round 3,
Hmm.
go!
Those who oppose my kingdom shall rise as swiftly
Oh
as the
my
seas.
god!
Offer.
Look at her!
30 seconds
Have you
before
hydrated and
attack.
stretched? I have hydrated more.
Look at my little tippy tappy shoes.
Look at it.
When I
It's
see
just like a
someone with
dog
powers
when
like yours,
when you put shoes on them.
wow. I mean, how can I compare?
Oh my god, Katita, where have you been hiding?
Your light.
How? Oh my god, look at you little ball. You wanna swap me? Yes, for heals. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. That's not Punisher.
No.
That's Bucky, by the way.
Bucky.
Only 60 seconds left.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Wash our foes away.
I always get their names mixed up.
Please don't mind.
That is much better.
Oh god, I'm dying again.
No dying allowed.
Protect your key. First Krakoa, now Vic. Welcome to the dark.
I mean, we got a pretty good push gun.
Yeah. I can stay with the payload.
Remember never to leave the fucking point, yeah?
Yeah.
Watch me leave the point. As I said, I was gonna stay on the payload.
Denizens of the deep.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Almost there.
Right, now we can't leave it or we lose.
Yeah.
You are my mutant breath render.
If it works like Overwatch, right?
Yeah.
Same.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
I will
momentum.
try to stay with it. You have a me ulti.
Hey, Ken, swap me.
I'm basically gonna stay with it the whole time and just heal from the point.
Yeah.
Guys, we're sorry. Are they intimidated?
Wait, did they say that?
The enemy team said, "Guys, we're sorry."
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay.
See, that would have been great if they had gotten explosion.
Oh fuck.
The god of thunder.
No, they canceled my ult. They canceled my cloak and dagger.
Oh no. Oh god. Do we have any supports? Oh no. Alright.
No,
oh no.
Okay, that might be it.
It's okay.
That might be the push.
The current score is 4-2. 3.
Oh no. Been
Time
kinda
to switch things up,
been-
including which side you're on.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown.
Oh god, Dino.
The right heroes
They've
can make
been
all the
naughty.
difference.
Those are definitely massive milkshakers.
I feel like we should get the Bucky to switch with one of the healers.
You guys can have the healers.
Round 4, go!
Okay.
No consent. Oh my god.
Alright, I'll go Penny.
Just climb walls. I'm psionically linked to a giant robot.
Wait, if you're going Penny, I can rock
Stay
it.
strong.
Oh, okay. Can I watch?
Okay, Jeff, I got a plan, but it's gonna take
Yes.
good timing and perfect precision.
Yes.
No, I'm just messing with you. All you gotta do is swallow everybody whole. Got it?
Swallow everybody whole. Okay.
Battle starts in 5.
Okay, I'm gonna put this right
3,
here.
2, 1. This is gonna hurt.
Look who's here. Students on here to witness this lesson.
Powering up. Time for some fireworks. You never stood a chance.
Let me at the supports. They lied. Where's that?
Time for some fireworks.
Oh shit, okay. I can't, oh, okay. I'm gonna ult on the point. Oh no, I'm gonna die here. Goodbye. Oh. Oh no.
I died.
Too many enemies.
Me too. It's okay. We just regroup.
Okay, they're just gonna get a little push out of it. Also, don't die, Nunu.
I'm trying my besties.
We're the healer staff. We gotta keep her up. Oh, I blame myself.
Extra strength awesomeness.
Come here.
Oh, hi.
He lied! He lied as well! He lied! They're lying to me!
Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, friends. Systems restored.
Wait.
I am ready to put on a show.
Add Nightlight on.
Is that Arlen or is it?
Okay. Say except you're welcome. Alright, I'm just turning that light off.
Why would I need
This is real fire!
Ready for another ghost fighter?
Oh. Oh, nice. Y'all winning.
Time for some fireworks.
Holy shit, we pushed them off.
Yes.
Spider nest.
I'm gonna put that one there, and I'm gonna put this here.
That's a very good sign.
And then I'm gonna do this. Attach these two together. And then
this is gonna hurt.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, let me live.
I was fine, thank you.
We're back in action.
No. Boy.
This is gonna
You
hurt.
tried your best.
You're up, little one. 30 seconds. I needed that.
Oh gosh. Oh, I did something stupid.
Powering up. It's fighting time! Final 10 seconds.
That's fine.
Us against the world. I'm counting on you, friends. Line's in place. Keep fighting until
The spawn is right there. Okay, I changed my mind. Oh. Oh man. Nice assets, thank you. Nova healing the enemy again? No. Nova? Are you healing the enemy?
I'm not.
Good thing I was
ready for
here.
another ghost
They're
fighter?
not even spectating me. They can't see where I'm aiming.
No. Okay. Wait for team, we still have a bit of time.
Better stop that vehicle.
Okay. Alright, touch it.
Oh!
Final score. 2-5.
Damn.
Shame. So close.
Good try.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay, ego. Let me try. Oh my god. Game on. Yeah. Find a way.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
No, it's ADHD again.
No, we didn't avoid it. Fuck.
Oh boy,
It's
we're in for
domination
another
as well.
fun time.
Oh man.
I'm here to finish the
You
fight.
don't need to go rocket.
My dad built Spider for himself, but I feel like I was born to pilot it.
Hello.
Oh, do you want me to go wrong? I just realized.
No,
you're
no,
coming.
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Well, what is-
Feel whatever. Go with whatever you wanna feel like.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Butt Face.
I'll see how this Lord Moon Knight is with my help with my team up.
Bite the butt.
Please, yeah.
Trust me, you don't want to find out later.
Oh, it's cause I can't see half. Oh wait. Oh yeah. It's cause I can't see half of the monitor.
Battle starts in 5.
Guys, by the way, do you see how I named Nova Hehe?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I was wondering, every time Nova was playing, all I saw was Hehe. I was like, it's not
I didn't ask her to change my name to that. She just told me yesterday that apparently she changed my name a while ago to Hehe.
The Punisher set up a turret. Powering up.
Oh fuck me!
Time for some
The
fireworks.
bullies!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
No. Okay. Why are there so many flying things? Wait, we have hit scans.
You know what to do, spiders? The mission area is yours.
Wait, why do I hear something?
This is gonna hurt.
Flying thing.
Near the flying room, that's why.
Oh. Okay, and they can't hit them.
This is gonna hurt. Powering up.
He's pressing just W.
No, Nova!
Nova! Nova, come back!
We can't let them take control.
Nova! Come back now. Cancel!
Time for some fireworks.
Come here. Come here. Hey, little diddle, the cat and the fiddle. In. Gosh. The low, no! I'm trying to get them.
Systems restoring.
No.
That did not work out, no.
Okay, I don't know what this guy's doing. Nova, live, Nova.
I ulted on point.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, that's Stupid Panther! There's a Stupid Panther! You have a Stupid Panther!
This is gonna hurt.
Please.
And time for some fireworks.
I got ulted on. Oh, sorry, Ninu, I made that a little high on the ground.
Powering up.
Oh yeah, you're bubbling.
Yeah, I was trying to bubble you, but then I shot a little high.
It's okay. Oh, okay. They're trying to... They're trying to tussle with... Oh. Hey.
Nice.
But we did that one
They
pretty early.
ulted.
Two
ults
different ults.
Guys, I think we're winning because of my big assets.
This is
Pretty
true.
sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
Nice ult, Iron Man. Next.
30 seconds before you
Next.
attack. Get ready.
Next.
It's my sworn duty to protect.
Oh my god! Yeah!
Yeah.
One limb.
I've got plenty of folks
Yeah.
in the dark myself.
My name is Kelp.
If you ever decide to ditch that dagger chick,
One limb dance.
let me know.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began.
Who are you call?
Take armor. Take armor. I'm gonna change quickly. Take up armor.
3,
Other people
2,
are guarding.
1.
Watch this spot.
All you need to do
okay.
is capture the mission area.
Alright, I'm changing
Got
now.
it?
I'm back.
What I do may seem dangerous, but I've never felt safer than when I'm with spiders.
Changed what?
Oh.
I didn't hear what the fuck he said.
Ah, yeah.
Powering up. This is gonna hurt.
How dare? How dare you touch my things? A boost! A boost! A boost! Oh no.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay. Sorry, I'm coming. Guys! Slap him! Slap him! Slap! Slap! Slap!
Check this place out.
Oh, she's...
When we work, time for some fireworks.
I'm back.
You're up, little one.
Oh.
Look what just crawled out of the
Oh,
ocean.
they have...
Mine's in place.
What? Oh. Yes, me. Okay, they're trying to destroy my thing. So I destroyed it myself.
Fireworks.
Oh, he's low. He's kinda low. He kinda do be low. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going. I'm gonna slap him. I'm gonna slap him. I'm gonna slap him. I slapped.
You know what to do, spiders?
Us against the world.
Girl.
This is gonna hurt.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Systems restoring.
Oh.
Time for some fireworks. You belong to me.
Oh, she needs healing.
I'm following her in.
It just wasn't your day. You're up, little one. Time for some fireworks.
Down man, the wall rebuild.
Who the hell is this? Who's on the point?
Oh, they portaled.
There's a portal
on the way.
Okay.
Oh, they fucking portal.
Time for some
Okay.
fireworks.
You guys are fun though, right?
Yeah, you can spit me out, Steffi. Spit me out.
Spiders get the job done. Time for some fireworks.
I didn't realize I had you, honestly.
It's okay.
Oh shit! Oh dang! Wait, they have 3 tanks. Mad Koi Fish Howl!
I think one of them just straight swapped onto Strange to get a portal down in the last second.
Oh.
Ready for another go,
There we go.
I'm going. Oh. GG.
Oh.
Who wants to have the honor
Oh my god, that was the fucking
in avoiding ADHD?
Oh my god.
Who wants to avoid ADHD?
I don't know how to do that.
You right click his name and then avoid as teammate.
Don't add his friend.
Yeah, don't add his friend.
I've done that. I've done that many
Don't
times.
add friend.
I've
No, okay,
added
outside.
like so many toxic people accidentally when I've been like shouting at them as friends when I didn't mean to. It's you.
You've been like, yo, that was a good argument. Can we do that again sometime?
Yeah, I really loved getting heated with you.
Oh.
do you like it?
Are you-
Do you like my my icon? My Loki icon?
Oh, those are. Oh.
It's like that.
I thought those were emotes.
Nah, those. Wait.
Oh, you know,
can
I
use
thought
them
they
as
were emotes too.
I thought they were emotes.
Wait, hold on. Can you have them as emotes?
No, they're moods. That you're right. You're right. I just didn't realize that they were.
Wait, what? Oh, that's sad. But you can get a daddy as no problem as thumb.
Someone clip it. Someone clip it.
Daddy?
Daddy?
Oh, and you can get.
You can get a daddy. Daddy.
Wait,
Daddy.
What? Hold up. What's her name? Psylocke's emoji thing is in the emoji thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's in the summer
Her
thing.
skin is not there.
But that's gonna be her skin.
This is probably gonna be like a second phase.
Why are they like teasing it like that?
because then you're gonna be excited for it, and when it comes, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's here! Everyone, get on!"
No, by then I'm just meh. Healers are for noobs. Oh, okay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That's
I'm
me.
the problem. It's me. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. Oh my god. No. Soon we're gonna get Staffy out of here, and then we can ban Spooderman. Do you want me to go
DPS?
Oh yeah, because we don't have bans right now.
I could try Emma. Should I try Emma?
Emma is
I'm
fun.
gonna try it for Meg.
Okay, she's my best friend.
I believe in you. Oh my god. Guys, look at that.
Seconds before you attack.
Look at her. Can you move a little bit forward? Stand it. Yeah. Oh my god, guys.
I think to myself, as long as
Wait, is my assets in the way?
everything will be all right.
No.
Oh my god.
I don't mean it that way. You just mean a lot to a lot of people.
Oh my. Do you have any tips? Apart from looking at this?
Oh wait, look at this emote I got from Twitch.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not looking at those
That's
that
so
bowl. I'm
pretty.
looking at a different bowl.
It seems we have company.
Ooh, a touch of cooling. Ooh, I'm energized.
Now, Magneto.
Wait, somebody behind? Yeah, there's a woman. Sorry.
Time to go nuts. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Are they literally just avoiding my nuts?
I think they're just avoiding the nut. Oh my god.
They are. They just they're doing a really good job. Oh fuck!
Oh
There you
shit!
go.
I put my shield in the
It's not ADHD, is it? Ah, it's not ADHD.
I appreciate you. This robot
Mister. We're contacting you about your car extended warranty. Car extended.
They don't look. Almost there. Don't turn back now. Double KO.
My name Dave. My name Neil.
I'm doing Jeff things right now.
I'm doing
I've
okay
just
as Emma.
wiggled. You have chin balls. I don't have chin balls. Its assets is just very big.
You do kind of look like Peter Griffin now I look at it again.
Oh no, I'm no Peter Griffin. Oh, I can't get up there. Oh, why? Ah, why? Why the flying stupid flying thing?
Ooh, a touch of cooling.
He fell.
Get ready. You're halfway there. Keep going. You belong to me.
No, give me their healers.
Oh. You still getting them? I'm hitting them. Okay. Wait, you got nobody.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. I appreciate you.
It's me. Yeah, it's me.
Armed and
Are you sure about this?
Double KO.
Me.
I just disrespected that group. I didn't even look to make sure I got him down the hole.
Oh. Did
I
you
just spat him on
know?
the
Did you just hack to him?
You're safe with us, Herbie. Squirrel
Nah, I was running away because I was scared. If I didn't, I was gonna die.
I'm not bulging. Guys, I just hit my puberty.
Peter Griffin.
I hit my puberty and it just grew them, okay? Stop, I'm very sensitive.
It just kept, they popped up overnight. I mean,
yeah, that's how they happen. See, my voice is even deeper, guys.
one day,
than normal.
fucking the tit fairy comes and leaves you your tits.
The tit.
Time to go nuts.
This is real firepower!
Check out this big airport. So close. Ooh, I touch a big chance. Oh, now that's
what?
Snap.
Yeah, beat him up. Beat him up, Nova. No! Wait, there's a woman in there. Oh no, it's a man. Sorry, got him wrong. But he's dead.
Oh, now that's Snap. Score one.
I don't know what he was thinking. Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm like so hyper focused on healing right now.
Armed and dangerous!
don't let him escape. Oh no. Yummy, 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 yummy. Oh, you could keep them in your tummy.
I did.
Hell yeah.
2-0.
Hell yeah.
Time to switch things up, including
Guys,
which side
I think I need to
you're on.
change to 2D, okay? Is that okay? Wow, wait, what the fuck did I go?
Need to change to 2D. Wait, wait, you're 3D?
I mean, like static. I must become...
I thought you were gonna just,
I do
go
have a
flat chested.
3D. Wait, hold up a minute. No. No. What do you mean? I have assets.
Round 2, go.
I have assets.
Well, so I have a genetic anomaly, but I'm not a mutant. And please don't ask me what the difference is, because I don't know.
Normal.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, Dandy.
Wait, how can't I find?
You two are usually inseparable.
What do I have? Oh, look, it's Jeff new, guys. Perfect.
Whether we like it or not.
Are you guys sharing a studio with this kitchen now?
Wait, hold up. The glass can't break. Oh, it can.
A bit more complicated than that. The battle starts in 5, 4,
Hello.
3, 2,
Oh, wow. Oh my god. Look at Staffy with the MVP, guys.
Oh, Steffi has MVP.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she has MVP.
I appreciate you.
My life force is exposed.
That's a hyper focus coming in.
I killed myself.
You distracted me, that's why you died.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Field ready again.
Staffy. Hi.
Here I come.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Staffy.
How?
Have you been distracted?
No. Well, I am dying actually.
Oh, I distracted. 1 point to me.
What do you mean 1 point to you? I thought you wanted to win.
Oh yeah.
Clearly I'm the one carrying, so you need me to be, not distracted.
Liz. Okay. I'm not. Well, they're actually hitting me now. I feel abused.
That last acorn's a doozy. Breathing, you're going. Double KO.
It's one. You're bullying me.
You can return the favor. Time to go nuts.
Judge, jury, execution.
Oh no! Oh god, he's so low. You can't eat him. When he's ulting. When he's ulting and when he's
I
in
didn't know that. Well, I should have eaten you guys then.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because that would have just made it a single target.
No, I mean, you would die, but we wouldn't die. You would heal us.
Well, you might. then you'll all be in one place instead of all spread out.
Time to go nuts.
True. But you can like spit us out. Like up some way.
True, I could have eaten you and spat you immediately.
I almost choked. On my spit.
Well, don't choke.
Hey, you wanna ult?
That's 3.
If only ulted. Dorian Green. Oh my gosh, look at you! You still have the MVP! She's the MVP, guys!
A touch of healing.
How?
Because you are healing and killing.
The life force wants to heal you.
Honestly, I think it's much more harder to get MVP as support. So. There's a woman! A woman is killing me! I'm scared. She's killing me. Pretty slow. Oh, he's so one. Oh fuck! Fuck!
I got her! I got her!
Oh my god! You absolute legend, Nova! You legend, Nova! You legend! You legend.
Hey, I spat Dr. Strange out towards our spawn.
Oh, woman here. There's a woman here. Should I let her live for a bit? No, I'm just simply missing.
I let Spider-Man fight him. Spider-Man made his ult out. Oh boy.
Oi, oi, oi. Hi. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have to move from here. Wait, who's here? Oh no. Now we hide. Hide your wives and hide your kids. Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have focused the squirrels. My naughty nose.
Oh, I do have 22.5k healing.
I did it again.
You did it again?
Yeah,
Oh,
she broke
take revenge.
so much.
Take revenge, Nova. Take revenge of all those.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
All those
All those
times.
pennies who
All
have
those
done this
pennies
to me
I've done that to you.
before. I know.
I died again. Jesus.
It's okay. It's okay. Your sacrifice is gonna let us win. Wait, where the fuck did she go? Oh, in the sky.
My sacrifice made you steal the MVP.
You made me feel good. Guys, I have the MVP. I have the MVP. I'm so good at the game.
My MVP was stolen from me at the end.
Staffy gave it to me kindly.
Can I pee really quick before we queue?
Oh, those distractions.
Yeah. Or I guess you could queue and I might be back in time. 1 second.
No, go. Okay, fine. You wanna play that game, Nova? She's already gone. We gotta get
It's
into
gambling
the
right
game real
there.
quick. We're gonna get into a game.
I'm at bronze 1 now.
Oh shit! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Looks like Nova's gonna be playing Phil. Oh yeah, she can hear us while she's in there. Quick, piss harder.
Nova, piss faster! Tickle, tickle! Let it piss! Let it piss!
Don't tickle, tickle.
No, tickle, tickle to piss faster?
Look, you can't make someone laugh when they're on the toilet. It comes out like a sprinkler.
Peace! Peace!
Nuts and kick.
No one escapes hell.
Peace! Peace! Nova! Is that helping?
Considering me need to go to the bathroom in a second, that's not helping anything.
Yeah. Make Nova do it again. Nova,
Thanks,
wee
guys.
wee.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, she did
Okay.
it.
Did it help?
Yeah.
We helped. Guys, we were helpful.
Yeah.
Pat yourself in the back. Oh my god, Nova, the squirrel girl. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh my god.
Oh man, this is some delicious
this.
orange ass.
Oh. Wait. Hold up. Let me go. Spider-Man.
I'm your friendly neighborhood. Come to New York sometime.
Please tell me I have that.
whatever-
I don't have the dance. Oh my god, I'm embarrassed. I can't believe it. I'm so embarrassed. Okay, remind me to do it, guys. Remind me to get the.
That was some solid team building.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm ready to throw my life down for that Venom.
Oh, they have a squirrel girl.
Emo, Venom, don't die. Come back to me. Oh god, I sound like Fable.
Oh no. Mother, I've fallen.
That's
Wait, please tell me I can go through here. Oh my god, that's so upsetting. That is so upsetting.
Ride the winds.
Can I have a tweet? No. No tweet for you. Meow.
Shielding never hurts.
Okay, wow.
Oh boy.
We can kill it. Okay, never
Squirrel
mind.
stampede didn't go to the right place. Mine did.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna die. No, women are scary.
Oh, for Nova, did you push your microphone away when you went to go to the bathroom?
Oh, I started leaning away from it. Sorry. I'm sitting differently.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you sound very far away.
Get closer to your mic. Oh no. She doesn't like me, does she?
Get right in my ear holes, please.
Done. Oh no, please stop it.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
This is not looking good. We're being pushed back into spawn.
Oh no. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind. This is okay. I gotta change, I think.
I'm still the same old Jean Grey.
You gotta try harder.
Can't catch me.
Oh, we just lost our Venom. Oh no. He's Doctor
what's
Strange
up?
now.
Wait, where the fuck are they going? Oh, they went off the map, by the way.
That was perfect.
Cosmic flame. Psychic shift.
Oh, are you trying to get me? Oh. Oh, he didn't get anyone. I swear, like the aims for this character is so shit.
Which one?
This
It does
woman.
feel it, actually.
It does not feel right.
I think it's because it feels like it should be hit scan and it's not.
Yeah, it says projectile, but like it's still awful. And also, apparently, if you like lower your sensitivity and your ult, you have better control. Oh, that's so dumb. I can't see them.
Together to victory!
Thanks for the boost. Please, we're hurt.
Women so hard.
Cosmic flame.
Holy shit, I feel like I'm not hitting anything.
I feel like you just embodied a teenage boy's brain. Women,
I hate
women so hard.
Women.
Cosmic flame. Only 60 seconds left.
What's our tank situation?
Tank died at the moment. Oh wait, we have another. Oh wait, we have that tank too. I didn't. Oh, I don't see her. I thought I would get her. Did I? Wait. Oh fuck.
It's okay. She didn't get anybody.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Thanks for the boost.
I got targeted there. Scarlet Witch ran behind everyone for me.
Please! Women! Women! Oh, I can't. I don't like this character.
Yeah, that did not help.
Okay. Women! I need you to stop. Oh, I fell. Yeah, this character sucks.
No, is everybody dead?
You want to swap with me, Nunu? I think that you're a better.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I changed to something else. I'll go Hanzo.
Including which side you're on.
Mr. Kidding, if you try right now, if you type it this very second, you will get a tweet.
Could make all the difference.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
My name's Jeff. Ah, too late, brother. Look at this.
I never miss.
See, I told you.
Can I have one too?
I told you.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Wow, I like how I have 3 limbs and 3 deaths. It's so beautiful.
I was struggling too.
All business.
The fate of
Yeah, I
the
just.
world is at stake.
Whoa,
It is a
what the hell?
mighty quest.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Fine.
3, 2,
Fine.
1.
We can do
You
it.
have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
Took us a long time to learn that our powers are related.
Heads up, back guys. Needed that boost.
Okay, never mind.
Where the fuck is the fire bitch? She's throwing
she's
shit at me in the
dead.
back here.
Yeah.
There's environmental on.
Oh wait, there's environmental shit. Okay. Oh, wait. So is somebody there?
Captain is nowhere to hide.
There is a bitch over there as well. Oh my god.
Get in there. One couldn't.
Why do we suddenly have explosions in the ground everywhere?
I just hate it. I hate it.
Yeah,
I
it's the
hate it.
stupidest environmental thing ever.
Like,
on
I
this
don't know why
map.
that exists.
Sometimes it just has a fireball that hits literally everyone.
It's so stupid. Imagine dying to environmental. Totally has not happened to me. Totally hasn't happened to many of the people.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Now that's a snack.
Cloak, I'll go first.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fine.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm energized.
You are nothing.
Oh shit. Oh man, I died to her ult.
You are nothing.
Your powers are mine.
Against the world.
Oh yeah, the chandelier.
I'm not done with this fight.
Okay,
Yet.
chandelier good when you're playing a hero that is
Co-op time.
Oh shit, wait, I should not have done that right then.
you're living.
Yeah, but there's not much of a team wars.
Double kill. That's 3.
I'm energized.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Cheap tricks, wizard. Your god is suffering.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Stop them in their tracks.
Keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh boy.
Stay in his ult.
Go nuts.
Nice. Oh, I'm behind a wall. You can't get me. He's in the gingerbread
A
man.
touch of healing.
Oh no, behind us. No, please survive. There. Survive!
Where do you think you're going?
The wizard is down.
Ooh, I'm energized.
Us against the world.
Oh man. Oh. I played really badly there.
1, 2,
It's okay, it's
2.
okay.
Cheaters? Huh? How? Where? Who?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I didn't know.
I don't know how anybody cheated that.
Yeah. I didn't see that. Go again.
Well, again?
Yes.
And go again.
Go again. Oh.
The queue for this game is so much faster than Overwatch.
Yeah.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Because all the gooners are here. They're not looking at Kiriko's feet or I don't know. Who's else? Sigma's feet. Domination! I hate domination! Okay.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
I wonder if this guy will go
The
penny.
higher
Let's
the
see.
pressure,
I'm gonna force
the
them to
more
go penny.
dazzling the diamond.
Let's see if they will change to penny.
Money can't buy happiness.
Alex,
But I can
Alex,
afford
Alex,
everything
go
else.
penny. Go penny. If they don't go penny, I'll go penny. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm playing
30 seconds before
psychology
you
into them.
attack.
I'm playing
Get ready.
psychology.
Yeah.
It's psychology.
From many lands. This realm shall be
Brother. Brother
I suppose you've
Pitas.
made quite a name for
They're
yourself.
brother
And a
Pitas.
pretty
Uncle
penny
Piccolo.
as well.
If you have a psychology degree, isn't that like
Neither for fame nor for fortune.
you've got a superpower and you're using it for evil?
Yeah.
But we absolutely must be a better agent.
Yeah. I did not change it.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? My dad built.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got it.
Wow.
Still missing
No,
one.
they're playing the worst. Oh my god. I
None
wish
of
they
mine.
played Penny.
It's saying
I should have been the one.
I'm counting on you, friends. Powering up.
That's a weapon of war,
Somebody. Nobody's there. Oh, fire.
dead.
I will not die. In this economy, I will not die.
You're up, little ones.
Women. Oh my god, so abusive.
I'm being
abusive.
mauled.
Oh no, I'm dead to this.
That would be like the most vicious death for Jeff.
Being mauled.
I got
by
fucking
women.
pinned by Wolverine and Hulk.
Oh.
That
Oh
doesn't
no.
count.
Oh no.
They would turn him into sushi.
Oh no.
Time for some
Oh
fireworks.
no. Come it. I'm here.
Systems restored.
Now the Hulk is murdering me again.
No! No, I will not allow him. Wow, okay, never mind. He actually wins. Dang.
We make a good team. Thanks for the boost. You really should.
We're back in action. Time for some fireworks.
Everybody is dead.
This? Yeah. Let me put
You
this
know what to
here.
do, spiders?
Oh, somebody's jumping over here. They're both jumping it. Oh, he's low.
You better get a look behind you.
Oh, he's gonna get health. Nice. Okay. Oh.
This is gonna hurt. It's spider time!
Okay, I'm gonna go for Jeff. Yeah, come here. Oh no, he's doing that. Yummy. Oh wait, it's you. You're doing the yummy. Yummy. Oh, sorry, I can't get them.
You know what to do, spiders? And that's how we do it in Tokyo.
Okay.
Adorable sharky thing.
I'm running from the Hulk.
Don't worry, I got him. I'm on him. He's stuck. Oh, he's ulting.
I don't know if you got him.
I'm gonna get him.
I think you just made him mad.
He's naked.
He's naked.
He's low. That guy's dead.
Together to victory. You're welcome.
There's a woman. This woman's
Yeah, Wolverine's after me.
What is this woman trying? What's she thinking?
Fuck, everyone's after me.
Rocket. Come here. Stinky boy. Oh. Oh wait, I didn't know we had Conchu.
Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, friends. Systems restoring.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, literally every time I show up, I get dived on by Wolverine and Hulk.
Yeah, they're a duo. Oh.
Cosmic flame.
Ah.
I touch you. Oh, I don't touch
Just
you.
needed a few minutes.
Tried so hard, got so far. Well, I don't think I can get there. Oh, wait. Maybe?
No, I've been numbed.
Watch me thaw. You are nothing.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, it was just double Jefficide.
yeah. Whoops, my bad. What is it? I need healing. Who's finding it?
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in any reality.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right. Now this is my kind of party.
Okay.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Sports are getting those by the Hulk and the
All you need to
Wolverine.
do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You guys just try to stay close to the Punisher. Hopefully, he's gonna.
This is gonna hurt.
He's gonna hopefully do something. I'm gonna put this here.
Extra strength, awesome.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay. Somebody's there, right?
Time for some fireworks.
Oh.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
There's a woman around. Oh, the Punisher's dead. Hell. Oh, Outpost!
System error. Fighters get the job done.
Yo, for me again.
Some fireworks.
Okay, I'm gonna outpost.
Oh, but on me again.
I'm dying!
I tried to keep you alive as long as possible.
I know. I know.
Double kill. That doesn't count.
Maybe I'll just go score a goal. I don't know what other like tank burst damage.
I still kind of have a crush on Wolverine. Ooh, a touch of healing. Oh my god. That one hurts.
We got the Hulk.
Okay, we got triple support too.
God, I fucking hate that noise when you're hitting like the invincible Bruce Banner.
Oh. When you're like missing the shots?
No, because like he's invulnerable, right?
Oh.
And you just hear that like clicking sound.
Oh, Emma?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm coming. Okay, he's trying to get rid of the thing.
I recalled it, but he destroyed it quickly.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, now that's a snack.
Okay. Just the time.
No boy, I'm being bullied by the other Jeff.
Okay, now try and back out.
That one hurts.
I tried.
Here, come again. I appreciate you.
Oh no, bye bye. He died.
And I get might be over.
Oh, she's one. Oh man, almost got her. Okay.
We need to get moving now.
This is real.
Okay. I can't get like move through the. Oh, hi. I'm back. Who's here? Okay. Okay, I got him. Okay, bye. Wait, somebody's on point. Luna's on point. Oh wait. Okay, we got picks. Luna's ulting on.
Oh my god, did we do it?
Yeah, try and get to the point to help Luna. Hey.
You belong to me! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Nice.
I appreciate you.
Oh no!
God damn it.
Bye bye.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh. Well, they left before they even.
Well, you can't.
Maybe they were trying to deal rank.
At the beginning of the season?
Yeah, it's easier.
I guess.
You don't lose a lot of points though, right?
No, I'm not really losing that much. Worse healing.
He could have gone healing if he thought that he was better.
Wait. Oh no, it's the soft tempo guy.
Oh.
He didn't get much healing at all.
Soft tempo was who switched to healing with us.
Pick your hero.
Oh.
Or villain. I'm not.
They complained about. Oh, why do we keep getting domination? Wait. Was this guy the Hulk from last game?
I don't remember his name.
I don't remember either. I guess I'll go healer again.
You wanna go Storm?
Me?
Staffy.
I could.
Go for it. Go for it.
What do you want, a Jeff and then I Storm?
Jeff and then you go Storm.
Guys, I was once Diamond 3s. I think I can coach everyone.
What? You were what?
I'm so excited for you to carry us. Thank you.
Wait, what was he?
He said Diamond 3.
Is that you?
Diamond 3.
Bruh. I was Grandmaster too.
I can't wait.
I know, that's why I said that.
5, 4, 3.
I'm really excited.
He's gonna coach us. You ready?
I know.
Capture the mission area.
Alright, I hope I'm so excited. Yay.
I love you, Mia.
Yeah.
No useless comms.
Can you get away from your mic a little bit? It's kind of like very loud.
Bruh, you can't coach with
not
this
helpful.
mic. They have Super Panther!
I'm trying to work it out, okay?
Ah!
Thanks for
no, I can't. No, he's bad. He's bad.
The mic is insane.
He's bad.
You tank or no tank?
Oh, fuck off. Groot? Of all heroes, Groot?
I always have proof of that.
Bro, please get your mic out of your throat.
Hey, man.
Might.
Literally cannot hear a word he's saying.
Are you kidding? Are you dumb? Are you actual? Okay.
Always have healers. Stop doing it. I always have a healer, mind you.
Nah, you are actually dumb. Please get out of this.
Man, no, Storm is not the right pick here.
Yeah, that
Switch back on me. Switch back on me.
Always keep it respectful in comms. Got someone?
Brother. Please.
I'm so sorry, but we cannot understand you through this microphone you're using.
Step back. Don't join the group.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
They have a stupid. Oh my god, they have the most stupid characters. Okay, let's go without tank. He's touching point. Okay, this is the pick. This is the real one.
Now I'm dead again.
Oh, bye bye. Oh, okay, they're using the ult. That's fine by me. Let me use the ult.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
He stopped touching the point. He leaped off of it, I saw.
It's like from a pound Christmas cracker. Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, this guy's going Hulk, so I'm gonna go.
His mic is pre-Xbox lobby.
It's awful.
30 seconds before you attack.
It's awful.
Hey, I'm looking for a giant tree and some
Can I
humanoid
check
morons.
this?
You see
Oh,
them?
I tried doing a little more damage.
Kind of my only friends. My
Are you muting him, Nino?
I can't even hear. I don't know. I haven't muted him yet.
He's not saying anything right now.
You've got your snowflake.
4,
Can I see your snowflake?
2,
Oh my god! Got your snowflake.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
Do you like Miss Snowflake?
Yes, I
Call me
like
a
it.
raccoon. We're gonna have a problem.
You can show me your Snowflake later.
Okay. It's not winter yet though.
Sorry. What? Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, in the winter, yeah.
That is much better.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Yes, got that guy.
Not denizens of the deep. Wash our foes away.
Oh fuck! I just walked into a trap. Hey!
You are nothing!
Oh
but
shit!
I am Phoenix!
Your powers are mine.
Against the world!
Okay.
Denizens of the deep.
I'm dead.
Oh, I can't kill her. I can't out damage her. That's crazy.
I'll get you next time.
I'm. I won't be stopped so easily.
I like the cold.
Hey, monsters of the deep, protect your king.
I'm hurt.
That is much better.
Okay.
Oceans protect me.
Fucking knew you were gonna do that, stinky poop head.
Cleanse this place.
What is this wall?
I don't know. So we don't get heals, basically.
Attack them.
Against the world!
Oh my god, why is everyone so split up?
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna die to this bitch. Oh my god, I'm not dying! I'm not dying! I died.
Sorry.
It's okay. You could've done anything.
Oh my god.
You could've done you could've done anything like that. We got the point though, so that's good.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Okay.
Do you think that guy muted us? I'm shocked that he's not talking to us anymore.
No. I think he muted
I didn't
himself.
speak, so he must have muted all of us if he did.
Okay. He's gonna kill himself.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh.
That is much better. Denizens of the deep.
Okay. Please don't die, Hulk.
Hulk died.
Yeah.
I like the cold.
Okay, I don't know what these. Please don't die. Okay, he's dead.
Attack them. You're welcome.
Okay. Oh my god. I'm too scared. I have damaged.
You are restored. You cannot wash your hands of Namor.
Why did you just run out of my line of sight? Stupid group.
Where are my heels?
Oh, shut up.
Denizens of the deep.
Cause I'm literally carrying.
You keep hiding behind walls. We can't see you.
It's called maneuvering.
I can't.
What the hell?
My
This
bad.
guy.
Sorry.
Attack them.
Thank you.
Your powers are mine.
They're winning. You still got a chance.
Tremble before fire.
Oh wait, they just changed it.
Fucking dead again.
They copied him. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh my.
It is your bad because we freaking lost.
I'm gonna avoid him.
Man, this dude is
I could not understand him.
unsufferable.
I know. I'm gonna. I don't. Guys, I was Diamond 3, so I can coach you all.
He did 0 callouts. I wish I could just
I mean,
skip
he
that.
might have done a call out. I just didn't understand it.
No, all he said is, "Oh, where's the heels?" Okay, hopefully we're gonna find him in the next team. Also, domination fucking sucks. Stop giving us domination.
You were avoiding him?
Yeah,
Did
I
you avoid
avoided him. I avoided him. He can go away. They can't ban him for dark speech if they can't understand him. Bruh.
Kind of defeats the purpose, though, right?
Domination again! Please, no!
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm just gonna continue this trend. I'm just one-tricking Jeff for a
Nova, do you
while.
want to go DPS?
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Yeah, I shall. I believe in you. I just hate domination. I hate domination. Eat that fool! He can fuck right off. Can we not get domination, please? Please.
30 seconds before
But I
your
can
attack.
scheme.
Get ready.
Minor staffies.
The actual Magneto.
Both of you.
I like the new
Can
skin.
you guys hear my music?
It's the same one I got.
Magnetism doesn't work on super cooled materials. Guess what I can
don't
do?
hear your music.
Be impertinent.
Oh, no music for you. No music.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Queen, mother, perfection. I am
Okay, you can stop now. Am I you goofy?
Oh
No!
my god,
Whoa!
I
I was just
got
literally just reloading.
What deleted me? Holy.
Wait, what?
Got Thor's in the back.
How the fuck did Thor? How much damage does it deal?
That was insane. I did not know that Thor was capable of doing that.
I didn't know either.
I've still
Bruh,
got
he
songs to
just-
sing.
The Lord Thor.
Without time.
Okay, oh Lord, cloak and daggers.
My time to
I will
shine.
beat him up now. I'll beat him up now.
Okay, he has more range than I
I
thought
catch
he
a
did.
feeling.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
He's blind.
Glad to help.
Okay, Thor's low, Thor's low. Nice.
Yo, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Lights out.
Okay. Jeff was around.
Yo, we've done it.
Yeah. Let's grip this. Wait.
So cold.
A lot of stuff you can smash around here. Taste my pain.
My God.
This whole place looks ready to come down.
I'm being murdered.
You're okay, you're okay, you're okay.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Sorry.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
I was avoiding your heals. Okay, I'm gonna ult on point.
That's fine. I managed to hit you most of the way.
I am ready to put on a show.
But they're both ulting. I'm gonna get this kill.
My time to shine.
Oh!
Let's pop
Oh,
back
I
up
died
under
of
their
that.
noses.
No, I didn't. I
She's
didn't.
low.
Okay.
Oh no.
Lights out.
This guy has nothing. He's got nothing. Oh. Okay. Low. He's actually low. He's low. He's low. Ah, he's gonna get away.
Shine.
No more!
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Thank you.
Oh no. Okay. I'm so dead. Oh my god.
Thank you
Whoever
so
that
much,
bubbled me.
Staffy.
Watch me soar.
Lights out.
I managed to keep you alive.
You did keep me alive.
He's
I
low.
should
He's
have
low.
died
He's
of
low.
that.
He's low.
I got what you need.
My time to
Yeah,
shine.
Lights out.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Yo, you got very few deaths there.
Wait,
actually.
when did Staffy say I like Ninu's skin? Oh!
And I create equilibrium.
Ah, that skin. I
it
like
gets
Staffy's
disturbed.
skin
What?
too, though. FBI is coming for us. Oh, I hate domination.
But Nina, you have such pretty skin.
Get ready.
I do. I use aloe vera.
Look at it.
Truly stunning. A perfect look for this year's
The correct response is,
I did not travel between
thanks, I grew it myself.
Oh,
I came to
thanks, I
fight.
grew it myself.
Don't worry. The gala always has
Yeah, there you go.
for both. Then perhaps
The battle starts in 5,
That's how you completely refuse that situation.
2, 1. All you need to do is
Wait,
capture the
I don't get
mission
it. What does it? What does it mean?
Like, it's anti-res.
to learn that our powers are
Oh,
Well, because you grew your
it's
skin.
supposed to. Is that supposed to be a riz?
No, it's an anti-res.
Yeah, but like, if I say, "Oh, you got nice skin," is that supposed to be a riz?
Well, I mean, yeah, well, no, if somebody comes and they're like, oh, you have beautiful skin.
Yeah, you guys can push them.
And it's like, yeah, thanks, I grew it myself.
Oh no, no, Dave! I'm going! I'm going!
My god, this score is so low.
You got it.
Oh man.
You got it. I'm coming to help you. I'm with you. No! You too far from it! No, I get back up there! Sorry! No,
I distracted him for a while.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Man, I've been dead like 90% of the round.
Oh, because the swirls are gonna fall off of this map.
Okay.
Shall I go for a ballsy move? Let's go.
Yes, yes. Take them off. Take them away. Take them to Hawaii.
My time to shine.
I got nobody. They did the trick.
Was it Cloak and Daggers?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was gonna get 3 people and I got none. If I could have taken out 3 people, we would have had that point there and then.
My time to shine.
Oh no, I can't do anything about this. Oh wait. Oh my god.
Tandy needs help. I feel like myself again.
Us against the world.
It's clobbering time! Lights out. I got what you need.
He's gone. He's deceased.
This is real firepower!
Hold still. I'm trying to help. My time to shine.
Oh no. We're gonna have to... Oh wait.
Pretty worried about the thing.
Oh, I got
you got him. 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 Nice. Sorry, your sacrifice was... Oh, she fell off. No.
My time to shine.
Okay, got the raccoon.
Oh no.
Watch me soar. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay.
Help. So close.
We're fine. See? No worries.
We weren't even worried.
Wasn't even close.
Wait, oh no.
I was trying to dive and I shouldn't have.
Oh no. Oh wow.
He's got fucking booty rushed by Thor.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, alt, Safi. You can go faster.
My time to shine.
Mate, what do you mean hop?
Yeah,
What?
alt. You get there faster. You move faster.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck at it. Nah.
Oh fuck! I was invisible for far too long. Oh, it's okay. Next one. Yeah, y'all.
Yeah. This one's gonna be the one,
like,
you know.
If it's like overtime, just try to
People are
ult
always
and
afraid
point
of
as
Ty,
best as you
but
can.
they just don't know him.
Yeah, but I was worried that I was gonna get the point and die.
Oh,
And I got the point and died.
yeah. That would happen.
30 seconds
But
before you attack.
Yeah, that's why I was because I thought somebody else was already there. I was gonna try and get into position first.
Oh.
Idealism refreshes a battered old soul.
You can't be that old.
Nobody can be mad at Jeff. Jeff.
Oh, they changed it so this emote I
Have you seen
continuously read.
the melee when he's moving backwards?
You continuously read.
Battle starts in
But there's nothing in your
usually-
book.
3.
It's
Not that you
plain.
can see.
It's nothing. It's
Not
plain.
that you can see.
All you need to
It's
do is
plain. Whoa. You're acting very academical, but you're not academical.
Why do you know?
It's like
more people can read it.
it's like, you know how there's like people, they have like books. Have like a bookshelf. Oh.
Oh yeah, and they've got loads of books, but they've never read them.
No. Okay, he's low, he's dead.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Oh, he's back. He back. Oh no.
This is real firepower!
Thank you.
Oh no. He's going for me. He's going for me. Oh. Okay, let me go Loki.
Behold the God of Thunder!
Double KO. Control lost.
What are you doing?
You know what? That was such a sound, Nova, that I thought that was a sound bite on fucking Tangia or something that was just played on the new stream. I was like, wait, what? Why am I here in the stream? I've got them.
This is how I play video games. This is how I play video games, Stabby.
Hey, look, I'm not complaining. I like playing video games, dude.
What?
I should have played it. I'm
so out of practice with Scarlet Witch, bro.
I completely misheard that. I don't know what they actually said, but I heard the perfect piss.
The perfect autist? No!
Oh, Scarlet Witch says.
Oh no, I died again.
Chaos,
oh shit!
Your powers are mine.
Oh no! Come back!
I know, I was trying.
No!
Oh
no!
god, give me off
No!
Scarlet Witch, bro. I'm not doing
Psionic burst.
Oh my god, they cancelled my shift. Oh. Oh wait, we still have the point.
I don't fucking know what.
Oh wait, no, I was looking at the wrong team. My bad. My bad. Wait, do we get it? Wait, we must get it, right?
I think we're getting it.
Wait, there's somebody here. There's somebody here. We got push this guy. Oh god.
Not they got me killed.
This is real firepower.
You captured more than half.
No! No!
I'm coming, I'm going.
Okay. Oh my god, live, please. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. Oh, try to spin me out, spin. Okay. Oh fuck.
I didn't mean to grab you.
Oh. No, that's okay. You're healing me.
Did she just delete my squirrels?
No, she deleted you. Oh
no, I
no!
did squirrel stampede.
Oh, poor
what the fuck?
I saw you jumping in this mailed. Raposo. Okay, it was domination. Domination sucks. I hate domination raps. Okay, can we have
Overwatch so we?
You need Overwatch?
What kind of round we have that's not domination?
Okay, next one can't be
Yeah, you know what?
domination,
Overwatch
right?
sounds pretty good.
Next one can't be domination though. How many dominations did we have?
We just had like 10 in a row.
But what if it's Overwatch instead of domination?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I'm saying the next ones can't be domination. We literally just done 3 dominations. Trust in me. Trust in me, guys.
That's not how chances work.
Guys, it's gonna be fine.
That's not how chances work.
I don't think it's gonna be fine.
Okay, fine.
It's gonna be domination again.
Overwatch. Okay. Let me get
Oh my
all
god.
these.
Wait, you want to do Overwatch? I guess we could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if Ninu wants to watch, you know.
Good suggestion, Ninu.
Yeah, that was a great suggestion.
Wait, I suggested that? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it was a nice suggestion. Thank you.
Mods, you You got the category? Is there still nuts in my title?
Yeah, wait, no, I don't.
Cat girls, massive guns, bring all the boys to the yard.
Oh. Oh, I don't have any jokes. I don't have the jokes, man.
You don't have any jokes?
Jugs.
What? Nothing for Overwatch?
No. It's gone. It's all gone.
I spent a lot of money on Overwatch skins yesterday.
You gotta make it count, huh?
Here you've gotten so weak.
You gotta make it count.
Yeah, that means you've gotta
Daphne's already.
you've gotta win, right?
Yeah, the cute outfits are going to help me.
Mm-hmm.
Also, my game's starting up right now.
No, it's so tiny. Her computer's so slow.
It's not tiny.
Oh, nobody's on, guys. Nobody's on. Nobody's in the team.
Oh my god,
Nobody's in the team. Look at that. We can do comp.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm stuck with DPS because
my
DPS is my lowest rank.
If I selected tank, we would get a game in less than a minute, is what that said.
Really?
The other ones were less than 15 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Oof. Anywhere. Anywhere is fine.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh, it's so even.
Equal votes on everything. Let's go.
Dorados. Imagine if they let me play Sombra.
Wait,
imagine.
There you go.
Select heroes to ban.
I didn't realize we were gonna do this. Choose heroes to ban.
Yeah, you can ban people.
Yeah, but I don't know who to ban.
Who do you find annoying?
Everybody. I don't know.
Who's the most annoying? Who's on your top list? Please don't ban up. No, Sombra's bad. I can play Sombra. Yay! Yay! Oh.
I played like one game as a Larry yesterday or the day before, or whenever it was.
It's when I was
I
streaming.
think when I played with you, Nova.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I've played. But now I'm like, you know what? I like this. I'm playing this.
Yeah, that's how you learn.
Sorry, I don't use cream.
What's wrong with light?
What? At least use sunscreen.
Wait.
Where's the fun in playing fair? Where's the fun in playing fair?
Oh, that's where you get the voice line from.
Yeah.
Where's the fun
Look at your skin.
I know, isn't it sparkly?
Yeah. Very. Winky face.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Whoa, I thought somebody might have been there.
The payload.
Okay, lamppost school.
Catch you later.
Mercy.
Somebody call. Peace. Gotta stop that payload.
Oh no, I'm so dead to this. Oh no, I'm not dead. I am dead. Why is one link there?
I'm not done just yet.
Gotta go.
I need help.
Ya volví.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no.
This seems not very good for us.
No.
Ay, te asusté.
Not so far.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
He's really going back here.
Go here.
Did I scare you? That party was boring.
Why the fuck did Diva run so far out full health?
Okay, I can.
I'm trying to keep people alive with
Feeling much better. Ya volví.
Activating Tiger Strike sequence.
I can ult them.
Apagando las luces.
Oh no. I know.
Combat protocols activated. System compromised. Much better.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
Okay, I killed the Mercy again. Oh fuck.
Ah, but
Oh, their Moira solo ult.
Who's being a poop head? Moira. Moira.
Have my attention now.
I'll go for it then.
Catch you later.
Oh, Moira's fun.
Let the kitsune guide you.
yeah, I was pressing the. Okay, I was trying to kill you, Nova. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh.
I was pressing the wrong trigger.
Okay.
I'm untouchable. You're mine now.
Oh.
Oh my god. You know,
Oh
are
man, we just got annihilated.
down in rank at all, or is it?
No.
Yeah, you think maybe?
I'm
no.
already 2 rank. I'm too low. I mean. By the way, I have my ult. You know, it's okay. I'll live.
I don't know about that. No.
See?
That party was boring.
Okay. I'm gonna ult them.
Apagando las luces. ¿Qué onda?
Okay, I can't kill it yet. I'm gonna die. Where's one? I'm going for the health pack. Oh god, I killed myself. Oh no. I got greedy. I got too greedy. I will change to something else though. For damage.
together. All of us.
Okay. One sec. Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, I was healing him too.
Oh. Hiya. Thanks.
Hold on.
Got him. Oh, where's your little turret thingy?
I need that. No, yeah.
Ah, there you go.
I think I got destroyed.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I knew she was gonna do that. Okay, I'm died.
I'm struggling.
Oh gosh. Oh, yo.
Complete. Score 0.
Nino, are you getting your perks?
Switching sides.
I just forgot my last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I did change. So it resetted my perks again. From Sombra. I'll just go Soljin.
We're in this together. All of us.
Reinhardt is the name. Glory is the game.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Hello. Do you like my very expensive outfit, Steffi?
It's so pretty. Look at it.
And so sparkly.
It's so glittery. How many people's credit cards did you steal for?
One person.
Wow. You probably shouldn't admit that.
Well, no, I didn't steal it. I put it as a throne donation goal, and then one person funded it.
Somebody's here.
But
okay, you stinky poop.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
Oh no. Okay, that one dead.
Not so fast. Tango in sight.
Okay, their thing is dead. Oh. Okay. Okay, got him. He's one.
I'm on my game.
Got her.
Good
Hey.
to see you. Dodge this.
Okay.
This ends now.
Oh shit. Where's Mercy gone?
thank you, Steffi. Oh, Mercy's right there.
Yeah, he's going away. No. No. Nice.
No. Why would we do this?
Oh no, we didn't get the point. I thought we got the point. Did we get greedy again?
No.
We got greedy. We got greedy.
Yeah, we just go greedy.
Oh my god, go sleep.
Let me run those
Go
stats
eat,
back.
go eat. Go eat.
Oh. You're
Got
not
him.
in charge anymore.
In about 60 seconds. Powered and ready to fire. Disrupting.
Messy one. Messy dead. Oh. I don't think our Echo knows how to ult. No, I missed.
Not so fast. Nice work, team.
She's dead.
I'm on my game now. Let's pick it up. Breaking them down. This ends now.
Nice hop. Got it.
Area denial. Expect better.
Oh my god, we're still there.
For what purpose?
Cybernetic innovation. Fine.
If I ulted on Orisa's ult, would that keep people alive, or would she still kill us through that?
Your ult only like speed boosters, so you could technically get us out there faster. But it's better to use your Suzu thingy.
Okay,
Oh, I
yeah,
got
that's
stuck.
what I ended up. I used that instead. So.
Yeah. But if you think, like, if you've used your Suzu, you can ult to try and get out there faster.
Just need a new plan.
You're playing Kyoko, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh boy, off we go.
Okay, I think maybe I didn't time that very well.
Oh wow! Hell no!
I am so dead here.
Oh,
Come on,
Ryan, don't die, please! Ryan, don't die, please!
That's just embarrassing.
No.
Oh, you got a shield.
This ends now.
Oh fuck! Nope. That's a no for me. Oh.
That was a yes from me, so I died first.
Uh-oh.
Quick repair won't fix.
Oh, support's dead. I'm gonna go behind them. Okay. Junk is dead. Oh no.
Man, that's difficult.
Oh no. This is gonna be a pain.
So
oh no. Oh, we got a touch point. Okay, our Echo's asleep.
I think I did okay for healing.
Yeah, you guys did fine. I don't know what our Echo is doing. Damn. Oh, she chased you guys. Wait, where's the card things? I thought Oh, they're gonna bring it back. They lied. Yeah.
Then it's on the main menu. It's the Maxman Vault thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
That's
I
how
mean, like, so at the end of the round, you get to upvote people for doing good when they do good, kind of thing.
That's different than endorsing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's
this is
Overwatch
endorsements,
from
right?
Overwatch 1. Oh, man. Wait a minute. Can you get Scampton on VGen?
It's not as likely, but it should still make sure that all of the reviews and stuff are legit. Because they have had some bots get through.
Oh. No. Okay.
It's taking a while this time, huh?
Yeah. Okay, I guess it's time to let's do Meow 21 plus. Are we 21 plus?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a scary one to click on stream, you know?
It's okay. I will put it in.
Wait, why is it you guys against me?
It's okay. I'm putting
because you're the strongest, Nova.
I think this is Mercy Parkour. Cute Mercy Parkour. It's cute.
Oh, we're entering a game.
No, it's custom game. It's a Mercy Parkour thing. Yeah, I failed.
What is parkour?
You gotta go here to the circle, the pink circle.
It's my.
I know what parkour is. I'm doing this. I'm just filling for time.
You have to hold shift, and then when you got enough, press space. And then look at me, look at this way.
I haven't played Mercy in forever.
Yeah, it's time to learn all the Mercy skills. Don't jump.
Wait.
Yeah, and then okay,
don't
you
jump.
guys didn't do much. Hey, up here, where I am. You have to go here. So, yeah. Okay, look, you gotta turn before you jump. Oh, Staffy almost got it. Okay, before you press the space, hold shift and then space. Make sure you turn and then space. Oh, you almost got it. Yeah, hold space. Keep holding space. You can do it. You did it. Okay. Okay, come to me.
I was holding shift.
Okay, shift. And then when the bar is like halfway.
I did it again.
Make sure you're turning. Okay,
Do I
shift.
let go of shift? Like once you get to the first Mercy.
Okay,
let go of shift.
Shift.
And then how do I
hold shift, let go, and hold space. But make sure you look. So shift, turn, space, hold space.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You kind of almost got
I'm
there.
stuck.
You're stuck.
I think I'm stuck.
No, what?
I'm so confused.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
So you're looking at her, right? You're looking at the Mercy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
All right. You hold shift, and then when you have enough bar, make sure as you're doing as you're holding.
Oh wait, I do it before.
You did it.
Oh, you do it before you get out.
Yes,
Oh,
that's what
I thought
meant.
I had to leave.
Okay, now you do the same thing for this one.
Oh my
But you might have to hold
God.
your shift a little longer so your bar is filled up. You can do it. You don't even have. Oh, have you been getting this? And then. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I used to just.
I'm kind of stuck spawning in like an infinite loop. And then I immediately fixed it, so it's all good.
Okay.
Oh, there you go, you got it.
Okay. Wait, hold up. Okay.
Bro, how?
Take the orb. Make sure you like hold. If you hold space.
I am hitting shit.
Space makes you slowly. Oh, this is hard. This one's actually hard. This is not fair. Okay.
But am I farther than you?
Yeah, you are.
I am. Oh.
Wait, hold up.
It gets a little easier over here.
Wait, where are we supposed to go once we hit the
On
little
here?
wall?
But I don't know which part. Was it on
on top?
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I did it. I have no idea.
Wait, it's respawning me at the
It's on
weirdest
top of the
point.
telephone box.
Wait.
Yeah, I know.
it's-
Me too. Don't worry.
Why is it? I don't like this. Why is it spawning us right here? I can't see shit.
Okay. I think. Okay, hold space as you're doing it. We gotta figure it out somehow.
Oh god, why are they spawning us here?
I don't
okay,
know
thank
how to.
fuck.
I don't know how to get to that part, but Staffy somehow did it.
I'm the new owner of the
I don't know
game.
how. It was a miracle.
Oh gosh. I don't mind. Wait, let me be that one person that voted for New Queen Street. Wouldn't it be funny if we get that?
I was about to click on it then just to try and make it happen.
Select your hero.
Okay. Nino Diva main. And then we ban Zarya. I mean that's
Fuck,
I'm sorry, Nino, but when I play healer, I do ban Sombra all the time.
Did you have like a horrible time with Sombras?
She kept making it so I couldn't heal people or res or it's rough. It's rough out here.
Accelerando.
Excellent.
I do not ban her. I do not ban her when you're on DPS. I just ban her all the other times.
I know. It's okay. Accelerando. I can't play Accelerando. I'm tank. Someone is playing Accelerando.
Is that the other healer guy that I'm heard of?
Lucio, yeah. There's a voice line that you can do for him where he says Accelerando.
Oh, I see.
It's pretty rare.
Acceler tank do.
Please, Fly Toki. I'll be super careful.
Accelerant.
Didn't you lose an entire jet once? Not on purpose.
You wanna see my spray? You like it? Look. Get a beam!
Oh, it's so cute.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
On your horizon. On. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
I'm not scared. Yeah, let's just go straight to the point. Wait, where the hell are they?
If they're defending this spawn, you know, it's important to them.
Okay. Mercy's low, Mercy dead. Nice. That's okay. We got both the supports. I'm fine with that. Oh no. She's very low.
I'm rushing back as fast as I can.
I'm rushing back as fast as Nino can.
It's okay. They're not gonna get it. She's very low. Ah, she got back into me. Oh, fuck off. I didn't get him. Oh no. She got me. You got my leg. Oh, hide. Don't.
I think it's some sort of horror movie whenever you're like, just don't look at it, you just have to hide.
Yeah, just don't look at her.
Fucking soldier, man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I see it there.
I've just died 3 times and done no damage because of the soldier.
Unfreaking believable.
I'm so far behind everybody as far as what your level goes.
Oh, okay.
They're taking the robot.
I don't know why she fucking aimed that ult at me.
Oh shit, okay.
Oh my god, I'm so trash.
Oh dang. Increase the endurance by. Welcome back.
That was only a warm-up.
Enemy forward spawn room activated.
Initiating defense matrix.
That was not what I wanted to do.
Wait, no way.
Hey, stick with the robot. On your horizon.
En route. Please accompany.
My ultimate being on. You listening? Let's start the push.
Oh, I found them. I have done the big seat on them. Okay, is somebody behind?
God damn it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, got him. I got him.
Kill issue.
Push it, man. Push it. Okay. Just a little bit more and then we push it before them.
Of course, I spawned right before you got the forward spawn.
He has an ult, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
nice.
no.
There she goes. Jeez.
The enemy took the robot.
I think we're outnumbered.
Almost.
At least got the Moira that time.
They go Goomba Stomp. Wait for me.
Enemy
Somebody behind there?
Told you on the wall.
Oh, gosh, I missed something.
Oh shit! I thought I was hiding from the diva, but she placed it right in front of the doorway to that.
I messed that. Okay, I got it. Okay, we can push it.
I'm getting that fucking wood bug again.
Okay, got the cast.
I can't aim anymore. If I turn, my
okay, now we gotta
shit
pull
likes.
them. Nice. Wait, who's... Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, my shit is lagging so bad.
Oh, there's a diva behind you, Nunu.
Yeah. Oh my god, come on! I will kill you!
No, it's not fixing itself.
Ah! Wait, we traded.
I can't aim.
Hello.
Oh, we're outnumbered! Enemy hit! My ultimate is almost ready.
I could not get out of that.
2 minutes remaining.
Oh, somebody in the team left. Ninu's here.
Oh my god, I did that while lagging.
Proud of you, Staffy.
It's like watching a frame show when I try and turn around.
Oh no.
There's somebody up there.
Oh yeah, I see.
Let the push commence.
I don't know how to fix this shit. It's only Overwatch.
I've got you in my sights.
Doesn't help.
I tried to get out of the way, I couldn't.
Okay, my ult's a little off point, but whatever.
It's okay, it's on point.
It's still not fucking fixed. Bruh.
No, it's let me get the bot here.
Will one of you hold my hands so I can have like a guide dog?
I'll do it. I'll hold your hand.
Oh, it's fixed now. Nice.
Ah!
Wait, no, it's not. It's not fixed. It's not fixed.
Oh,
Fuck.
I
Don't
stopped
worry,
holding your
it's
hand.
fixed.
Oh man.
Man, no hand holding. Don't have that.
I'm sorry.
Please.
Okay, I will say I think that was my LG because I have to go to a friend's thing. ARL.
Wow.
Like,
Nobody doesn't like us,
Do
guys.
you have friends? What?
I must go.
Nobody doesn't like us, guys. Nobody didn't like us. Nobody
I
liked
adore you,
us.
Rory. Oh.
She's going
I
to
can't
meet
believe it,
other
Nova.
people instead of meeting us in the game.
That's not. That's just.
Okay, I will stop.
I mean, it is true.
Then.
That's actually what's happening.
She's meeting in real life people.
Sorry.
It's okay. We forgive you. Thank you guys for playing.
Thanks
Had
for
fun.
playing with us. Sorry we
Thank you
stole
for letting
from
me
your other
play.
game.
Well, did you see what happened to me? I got scammed in that game. So.
You did.
Hey, can I tell you guys about Amazon Prime? Got him. Nova got a hot date, huh? Wait, what? When? Psych. I said psych. I saw Nova join the voice chat again, and then she left. I saw Nova. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. Yes? Let me see. Let's see the streaming. And she's using the Fable model. Wait. Is this I just in my pants? It is. What a good song to go out on, right? Drink oiler. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably try to finish that stinky game. In my pants. I'm just waiting for this song, guys. In my pants. That's the only line I know. Alright guys, we're heading off now. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself and don't forget to Ninu. Goodbye now. Bye-bye.